House will come to order. Pursuant to a motion previously adopted, the House stands adjourned until 1 p.m. today.
The House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? A quorum is present. The House and Gallery, please rise for the invocation offered by Pastor Scott Wall from the Capitol Commission in Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, members. Today's word I'll be praying for is shalom, shalom, peace. The Hebrew word is much more than just peace. It's total well-being, wholeness, flourishing, peace, harmony. In short, it's the way things ought to be according to God's design. We, in our wisdom, we seek after things that we think are true and good and right, but God's shalom calls it something much more deeper. And so when I'm praying shalom for you, it's not just peace. I'm praying that you'll experience the fullness of life the way God intended, and that I'm praying that God's best for you. During the interim, this kind of finishing up session here, I travel. I go to the legislative conferences, so if you're there, I'll see you there. If you want to talk more about this, I'd be happy to. Go to NCSL and ALEC and NAC, all the L's. And then during the fall and spring, I travel to the districts of the House members and Senate members. So if you'd like to invite me to your district, I'd love to come and spend time with you, get to know you better, hopefully encourage you. And if you want to talk more about what I understand the biblical view of shalom is, I'd love that opportunity. And that goes for anybody here in the Capitol, everybody here. But in the meantime, let me pray for shalom. Let's pray together. Heavenly Father, I do come to you today with a heart full of love and gratitude for each of the 150 members of this Texas House, as well as all who contribute and work in this amazing chamber. As this session draws to a close, I lift them up to you, asking you to draw them to you so that each may experience true shalom. And as they return to their districts, their families, and their private lives, may they carry with them the deep assurance that they are known, seen, loved, not just by me, their families and constituents, but by you. And for everyone in this Capitol, I ask that you would bless them and keep them, make your face shine upon them, and be gracious to them. Turn your face toward them and give them shalom. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Chair recognizes the Honorable Trey Wharton of Walker County to lead us in the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, guests in the gallery. For just a split second, please make appreciation for the building we're standing in and the history that comes with it, and then join me in the pledge of the United States. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas flag. Honored Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Please excuse Mr. Harris because of important business on motion of Dr. Buckley. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Pursuant to Rule 13, Section 9F, the chair announces the introduction of H.R. 1519, suspending the limitations on the conferees for HB 705. Mr. Guerin moves to defer the reading and referral of bills until the end of today's business. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Please excuse Ms. Linda Garcia of Dallas because of important business on motion of Ms. Garcia Hernandez. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider H.R. 1509.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following resolution, clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1509 by Guerin, congratulating Ross Video on receiving a 2025 NAB Show Project of the Year award.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. H.R. 1509 congratulates Ross Video on receiving the 2025 Show Project of the Year award from the National Association of Broadcasters. Ross Video was recognized at the NAB show for its work with Nelco Media and the Texas House of Representatives in delivering a multi-room broadcast solution. The project involved implementing a smart, scalable system to update the main chamber and 16 committee rooms to comply with state requirements for legislative recording. As a result of the upgrades, the House has been able to simplify complex workflows and increase access to important government proceedings. Through its collaboration with the House and Nelco Media, Ross Video has helped redefine the future of legislative productions and broadcasting. I would move adoption.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered.
Members, behind us and on the dais are the members of our audio video team which helped the House put this great video system in. Thank you, members.
Members, please take your seats. We have a memorial recognition. The chair recognizes Mr. Schofield.
Mr. Speaker, members, I want to thank all of you for giving me the opportunity to take a minute to recognize the passing of my mother, Doris Marie Dressler Schofield, who died at the height of our session on May 7th of this year. She would have been amused to know that I actually passed the bill on the local calendar between her funeral and getting to the graveside because my deskmate brought it up. My mother lived a very selfless life devoted to her family. We had hints about some of the things that she had planned when she was in school and some of her dreams, and she wanted to tour the country, and she did as a stewardess when they were called that. But then she settled in, and she never said this and never told it to us, but I think she was hoping to have a little girl. And when I didn't work out, she went on to have my brothers Stephen, Brian, Jeffrey, Kevin, and Mark, all within 8 years. She never once complained, and there would only be the occasional thing, like I would go up into the attic to get the Christmas decorations down and see the porcelain doll that she had planned to give to her daughter. However, she ended up with 8 granddaughters and only 1 grandson, so it worked out great in the end. But as my brother said at her funeral, she never took a day off. She devoted her entire life to serving others and was always there, was always making sure we were fed, we all got to all the different places we needed to go, and never complained. If her life didn't go the way she had planned it, she never let us know about it. And I try to keep that in mind, although I'd never live up to it. But members, thank you very much for giving me a moment to recognize my mother's passing.
Members, guests in the gallery, please rise and join us in observing a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you, members.
Chair recognizes Mr. Vidal for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Real quick, thank you. I want to take a moment to recognize Horseshoe Bay. I am very, very blessed to get to be a representative that includes Horseshoe Bay in my district. As a kid, from Brady, several Brady folks went to help develop that city. I'm going to try to stay on script here as best I can. And I also want to say thank you to Representative Tom Craddock, who is, I guess he's my boss because he also has a house there, right? But, okay, so today we stand together to honor the 20th anniversary of the incorporation of the great city of Horseshoe Bay, Texas. On September 10th, 2005, the citizens of this community came together to establish a city that has since grown into a vibrant community. What began as a ranch land, where's Charlie at? Charlie Guerin, who, I see him looking at me. Charlie's family used to own that land where Horseshoe Bay is now. What began as a ranch land tamed by the vision of cousins Wayne and Norman Hurd in the 1970s has grown into a thriving hub for cultural enrichment, economic development, and tourism. Horseshoe Bay is a true testament to the values of hard work, freedom, and community that define the Lone Star State. Horseshoe Bay, with its booming economy, was named 2023 Scenic City of the Year. And this community has some of the best golf courses in the state, but I want to scratch out state and say in the country. It has some of the most amazing golf courses we have, and I'm very lucky to get to live near those. With 3 18-hole golf courses, a marina, a yacht club, and countless recreational amenities, Horseshoe Bay has become a beautiful place for families, retirees, and visitors who cherish the Texas way of life. Although Horseshoe Bay is known for its attractions and small-town charm, the strength of Horseshoe Bay lies in its citizens, whose values have made this city a place. I'm going to go off script here a minute and just talk about, we have some of the most amazing people that have chosen to live in Horseshoe Bay that have accomplishments that are amazing to brag about, and I am grateful that they have chosen Horseshoe Bay as that place to live. Horseshoe Bay is a testament to show that when Texans are free to innovate and build, greatness follows. We have a representative from Horseshoe Bay in the gallery with us. I want to say thank you, Carrie Craig, and her husband, Ray, if y'all stand up. Thank y'all for coming today. I appreciate y'all driving over here. Here's to our city, its past and future, where we continue to live out true spirit of Texas. And congratulations, Horseshoe Bay, on your 20 years since incorporation. Appreciate y'all. Thank you. Look. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming to stand.
Mr. Goodies, for what purpose?
I'd like to make a motion to place in the journal the remarks that Mike Schofield made about his late mother.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to invite the other members of the House that were fortunate enough to have a Powerhouse Texas Energy Policy Fellow. Today, we're going to recognize their contribution. Whereas the Powerhouse Texas Energy Policy Fellowship Program was founded by the Texas Energy and Climate Caucus, Powerhouse Texas is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that educates and cultivates policy leaders who will promote energy, innovation, security, and sustainability. The group's Energy Policy Fellowship Program enables graduate and undergraduate students with backgrounds in science, technology, engineering, and environmental science to work at the Texas Capitol through full-time paid internships. And whereas Andy Capioffen, if y'all would, interns, if y'all would be kind enough to stand up there, is serving in the office of State Senator Nathan Johnson, a native of Houston. She holds a bachelor's degree in political science from Swarthmore College and a master's degree in climate and society from Columbia University. Passionate about environmental and energy law and policy, she plans to attend law school after the conclusion of her fellowship. And whereas Ava Pinehart is serving in the office of State Representative Todd Hunter, hailing from the Dallas-Fort Worth area, she recently graduated from Trinity University with a bachelor's degree in environmental studies. While developing her writing skills as a student, she gained an interest in science communication and environmental policy. And whereas Coleman Nickum is serving in the office of State Representative Aaron Zwiener, a recent graduate of Rice University's Professional Science Master's Program, he has interned with B Carbon and Cheniere Energy. He has also been employed with the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality as the lead coordinator for the National Environmental Policy Act and Resource Exchange Network for eliminating waste programs. And whereas Grace Childers is serving in the office of State Representative Richard Hayes, a recent graduate of the University of Texas at Austin, She holds a bachelor's degree in chemical engineering. Her experience in hydrogen energy systems includes working as an undergraduate research assistant at the Center for Electromechanics. And whereas Nia Nickum is serving in the office of State Representative Rafael Anchia, she recently earned her master's degree in energy from Texas A&M University, where she contributed to a techno-economic analysis of the electrification of the transportation systems in Dallas, and she has had a deep interest in finding ways to reduce energy burdens in low-income communities. And whereas Shipra Mishra is serving in the office of State Representative Drew Darby, her experience in law and energy policy include positions with a member of the Indian Parliament and the Government of India Ministry of Mines. And she has consulted with the U.S. Government Accountability Office. She holds a Bachelor of Laws degree from Gujarat National Law University and a Master of Public Administration degree from Cornell University, where she has conducted research at the Climate Jobs Institute. As you can see, these are very outstanding young people. They served in their jobs well. I couldn't have been more pleased with my intern, and as I've talked with the other members, we are all ecstatic. And what a blessing that Powerhouse Texas not only has a program, but brought you to us so that we could have the blessing of your help. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I say resolve that the official copies of this resolution be prepared for the program's participants as an expression of high regard by the Texas House of Representatives.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Ava, this is, you did great. She was very, very involved in power, utility, all the issues regarding energy. You did great. This is our second time having a fellow from the Powerhouse program. It's a great program. You've done good. You've made your mark. Do well, and your professionalism has been top-notch. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Weiner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to thank Coleman for all of your work in my office. You came with a bunch of expertise in air, and we said, that's great, please work on water. And you rose to that admirably. Members, I will let you know he is on the job market, so if you need someone with great legislative experience and an environmental background, he's got it. Members, I also want to say that, this fellowship came about really out of the grid blackout in 2021, when we were having all of these conversations about energy and the grid and realizing we just did not have enough scientific expertise in this building. So I'm so grateful on these young people with STEM backgrounds taking a chance on us to come to the Capitol, and I'm so grateful to all of the members who have been hosting fellows. I think it is making us all better and more prepared to be able to engage on these issues deeply.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby.
Thank you. It's been my honor and the honor of Team Darby to have Shipra work for us this session. Your service on energy resources and state affairs is invaluable. You were there with a bright smile every day, and stayed for late hours there when we were. But your expertise certainly is well recognized and acknowledged, and we're thankful that you're a part of Team Darby in the 89th session. Best of luck to you, Shipra.
Mr. Hayes.
In conclusion, members, I think you heard the breadth of the universities that these young people have attended, the prestige of those institutions, and the number of degrees that these young people have. They have more degrees than a thermometer. Thank you.
Great job, bud. I got to see them firsthand. Great program. Great program.
My girl's like a damn ass.
So Winston Churchill is my father's hero in life, so I love the name.
That's what he's named after.
Absolutely. My dad thought the world of him. So,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
absolutely. Please excuse Ms. Holt because of important business in the district on motion of Ms. Richardson. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider H.R. 1513.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following resolution, clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1513 by Guerin, commemorating the 70th anniversary of the Texas Legislative Council.
Mr. Guerin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today we are celebrating the 75th anniversary of Ledge Council. They've been around longer than Miss T and Dean Craddock. For 75 years, the Ledge Council has provided professional, nonpartisan support to the Texas legislature and the legislative agencies. Since its creation by the 51st legislature in 1949, same year I was born, the Texas Legislative Council has worked tirelessly to ensure that lawmakers have the information, resources, and support that they need to most effectively advance the interests of the people of the Lone Star State. And it's fitting that this agency be recognized not only for its vital role, but the fact that they've been able to put up with us for 75 years. Please join me in welcoming them to the dais, and let's give them a big round of applause. And Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Mr. Lambert moves to add all members' names. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Schatzline for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd just like to give a shout out to the greatest thing that's ever happened to me. Happy 13-year anniversary to my beautiful wife, Adrienne Schatzline. You're the greatest thing in the world, the greatest mother to our children, the most beautiful person inside and out. I miss you, and I will see you when I get home.
Started reading these?
The following are signed in the presence of the House. The clerk will read them.
SB 10, SB 34, SB 251, SB 261, SB 456, SB 500, SB 519, SB 527, SB 614, SB 646, SB 667, SB 705, SB 748, SB 777, SB 790, SB 826, SB 857, SB 869, SB 8918, SB 924, SB 926, SB 955, SB 1049, SB 1055, SB 1137, SB 1164, SB 1188, SB 1233, SB 1243, SB 1266, SB 1302. SB 1307, SB 1333, SB 1335, SB 1398, SB 1400, SB 1433, SB 1467, SB 1558, SB 1563, SB 1596, SB 1858, SB 1862, SB 1896, SB 2673, SB 2206, SB 2405, SB 2610, SB 2781, SB 2885, SB 2995, SB SCR 3, SCR 9, SCR 18, SCR 30, SCR 53, SCR 59, SB 7, SB 17, SB 21, SB 57, SB 66, SB 140, SB 413, SB 437, SB 467, SB 509, SB 510, SB 512, SB 517, 710, SB 785, SB 800, SB 850, SB 863, SB 904, SB 905, SB 1191, SB 1198, SB 1281, SB 1300, SB 1362, SB 1504, SB 1522, SB 1567, SB 1580, SB 1723, SB 1760, SB 1833, SB 1838, SB 1923, SB 1957, SB 2155, SB 2167, SB 2321, SB 2368, SB 2407, SB 2778, SB 2986, SJR 27. SB 4, SB 6, SB 9, SB 22, SB 23, SB 25, SB 36, SB 38, SB 40, SB 204, SB 612, SB 672, SB 766, SB 823, SB 876, SB 968. SB 1084, SB 1207, SB 1230, SB 1313, SB 1318, SB 1448, SB 1621, SB 1644, SB 1718, SB 1758, SB 2177, SB 2232, SB 2366, SB 2367, SB 2398, SB 2406, SB 2480, SB 25815, SB 2520, SB 2589, SB 2786, SB 2790, SB 3048, SB 3050, SB 3052, SB 3053, SB 3056, SJR 5.
What I want you to do, you're going to hold it up like this.
SB 974.
Please excuse Ms. Morales Shaw because of important business in the district on motion of Ms. Bowers. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
HB 2, HB 6, HB 14, HB 20, HB 121, HB 126, HB 127, HB 149, HB 223, HB 300, HB 500, HB 549, HB 1314, HB 1973, HB 2011, HB 2067, HB 2525, HB 2731, HB 2854, HB 3071. HB 3333, HB 3372, HB 3556, HB 3595, HB 3689, HB 4081, HB 4144, HB 4187, HB 4623, HB 4690, HB 4646, HB 5666, HB 5677, HB 5682, HCR 88, HCR 137, HCR 153, HCR 166, HCR 167, HCR 168.
Chair recognizes Mr. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, please help me recognize the outstanding Robinson High School softball team. On Friday, the Robinson Rockets defeated Aubrey by a score of 10-1 in the 4A Division II State Championship softball game held at Red and Charlene McCombs Field at UT Austin. This victory marks Robinson's second state title in program history and their first in 26 years. It was also their third appearance in the state championship game, an incredible testament to their perseverance, teamwork, and championship mindset. We're honored to welcome these talented athletes and appreciate your support and recognition. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Curry for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Saturday, the Midway Lady Panthers secured the 6A state championship with a 9-1 victory over Clear Springs. After falling just short in last year's title game, the Lady Panthers returned with determination and delivered. Saturday's victory marks Midway's first state title since 2010. Members, please join me in celebrating with these young women in this school in the state of Texas with pride, excellence, and the championship spirit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, we're ready to begin consideration of the congratulatory calendar. Please take your conversations outside the rail. But before we get started, I want to mention my team over here to my left, to your right, Madison and Jackson, who helped put all this together all session, and Trey back in my office with Kashis and Reggie. Please give them a round of applause for all their work on behalf of you and your constituents this session. The following congratulatory resolutions have been withdrawn or previously adopted. H.R. 1325. The chair lays before the House the following congratulatory resolutions. The clerk will read the resolutions.
HCR 158 by Low, World War II. HCR 159 by Low, Battle of Gonzales. HCR 160 by Low, Battle of Goliad. HCR 161 by Low, State of Texas. HCR 162 by Low, Republic of Texas. HCR 163 by Low, Battle of San Jacinto. HCR 164 by Low, Treaties of Escal. HCR 174 by Kane, Cecil Newton. HR 427 by Toth, Bobby and Lindsay Kasprak. As HR 790 by Spiller, Kevin Cunningham. HR 810 by Romero Dolores Herrera. HR 850 by Simmons, Houston Area Women's Center. HR 866 by Wilson Left Talk Network. HR 882 by Dutton, St. Francis of Asila Catholic Church. HR 883 by Wilson, Texas. HR 962 by Garcia Hernandez, Martha Thomas. HR 966 by Martinez Fisher, Elian Moldedad. HR 1001 by William Wilson. HR 1045 by Dutton, Cynthia Bailey. HR 1085 by Capriglione, NCSL. HR 1097 by Wu Aaron Lauren. HR 1127 by Martinez Fisher, Jose Villarreal. HR 1138 by Toth, Mary Tally Bowden. HR 1141 by Luther, Katie Aaron Palmer. HR 1150 by Gonzales of El Paso, Juanito Eller Center. HR 1152 by Gonzales of El Paso, Ysoleta de Pueblo Tribe. HR 1252 by 1292 by Martinez Fisher, Frank Herrera. HR 1296 by Reynolds, Houston Frontiers Club. HR 1304 by Darby Ethcon San Angelo. HR 1305 by Moody Eliasil Lara. HR 1306 by Moody Caden Casanita. HR 1308 by Rodriguez Ramos Kobe Buet. HR 1309 by Marco Cunningham. HR 1310 by Cunningham Steady Taylor. HR 1311 by Rodriguez Tiffany Anthony. HR 1312 by Cunningham Larson Crank. HR 1313 by Darby Brenda Gunter. HR 1315 by Martinez Fisher Flaco Jimenez. HR 1317 by Ora Robert Per Academy. HR 1318 by Flores Angela Flores Beck. HR 1320 by Reynolds Texas Africa. HR 1321 by Martinez Fisher Eleanor Rojas Clark. HR 1322 by Alan Carinas Adams. HR 1323 by Alan Reagan House. HR 1324 by Gomez Rose Godin. HR 1327 by Perez of El Paso Hunt School. HR 1328 by Goodwin Edward Sills. HR 1329 by Zwiener Van Davis. HR 1330 by Zwiener Alexi Landrum. HR 1331 by Zwiener Adela Donovan. HR 1332 by Zwiener Helena Alcada and Rene Alcada. HR 1333 by Zwiener City of San Marcos. HR 1334 by Zwiener Buda Lyons County Fair. HR 1335 by Zwiener Hats Off for Veterans. HR 1338 by Busey Annabelle Curtis. HR 1340 by Martinez Fisher Dwight Halbert. HR 1341 by Gervin Hawkins Judas College Academy. HR 1342 by Schofield Douglas and Susan Freeman. HR 1334 by Curry, Carl and Judy Hagan. HR 1344 by Lujan Susan Carcass. HR 1345 by Verdell Horseshoe Bay. HR 1346 by Bill Montgomery Water Board of Directors. HR 1347 by Alan Carter Benson. HR 1348 by Harris Davila Summer White. HR 1349 by Harris Davila Kelly Abels. HR 1352 by Bella Kosman Ford at ISD. HR 1353 by Raymond Phillip Cruz. HR 1354 by Harris Davila Stephen Snell. HR 1355 by Harris Davila Firefire Aerospace. HR 1358 by Bernal Mixitali. HR 1359 by Bernal Brandy Smith. HR 1360 by Patterson Easton Patterson. HR 1361 by Meyer Scotty Shuffle. HR 1362 by Verdell City of Macami. HR 1363 by LaHood of Olivia Lopez. HR 1364 by LaHood Sebastian Quad. HR 1365 by LaHood Edward Burning. HR 1366 by LaHood Aiden Salazar. HR 1368 by Paul Calabuzzo. HR 1369 by Leo Wilson Juneteenth. HR 1370 by Leo Wilson Jessica Sierra. HR 1380 by Busey Lori Law Firm. HR 1383 by Anshia Dallas Education Foundation. HR 1384 by Busey Red Horn Coffee House. HR 1385 by Moody Morris Piddle. HR 1386 by Busey Don't Tell Mama Tattoo. HR 1387 by Jones of Dallas. Dallas, Tyler Nelson, H.R. 1388 by Jones of Dallas, Isabella Cortellus, H.R. 1389 by Jones of Dallas, Alex Ellsworth, H.R. 1390 by Jones of Dallas, Ryan Garcia, H.R. 1392 by Jones of Dallas, Kevin Roberts, H.R. 1393 by Noble Susie Nordington, H.R. 1396 by Bickley Robert Hawksworth, H.R. 1397 by Gonzalez of Adas, Joanne Cortez, H.R. 1398 by Gonzalez of Adas, Desiree Garcia, H.R. 1399 by Gonzalez of Adas, Gina Alabadalo, H.R. 1400 by Gonzalez of Adas, Charles Wilkinson, and H.R. 1402 by Ashby Legislative Fellowship Program, H.R. 1403 by Martinez Fisher, Claudia Salinas, H.R. 1404 by Martinez Fisher, Madison Alvarez, H.R. 1405 by Martinez Fisher, Ali Zalzi, H.R. 1406 by Martinez Fisher, Khalida Ayersman, H.R. 1407 by Martinez Fisher, Cynthia Main, H.R. 1408 by Martinez Fisher, Calia Church, H.R. 1409 by Martinez Fisher, Scott Poole, H.R. 1410 by Martinez Fisher, Carrie Dyson, H.R. 1411 by Martinez Fisher, Diego Lopez, H.R. 1412 by Martinez Fisher, Kara Batson, H.R. 1413 by Gertis Michael Taft, H.R. 1414 by Smithy, Sarah Hillinger, H.R. 1415 by Smithy, Tommy Chisholm, H.R. 1417 by Jones of Dallas, Maxine Johnson, H.R. 1418 by Jones of Dallas, Laura Canada, H.R. 1419 by Jones of Dallas, Prisma Garcia, H.R. 1420 by Jones of Dallas, Byron Sanders, H.R. 1421 by Smithy, Randall High, H.R. 1422 by BC Bat Conservation, H.R. 1424 by Gian, Randall Trevino, H.R. 1425 by Leach, Dominique Atkins, H.R. 1426 by Leo Wilson, Jocelyn Naguria, H.R. 1427 Jones of Dallas, Adam Bell, Zudua, H.R. 1428 by Jones of Dallas, Paul Ridley, H.R. 1429 by Jones of Dallas, Keith Donald Wills, H.R. 1430 by Jones of Dallas, Kara Middleton, H.R. 1431 by Jones of Dallas, Kathy Stewart, H.R. 1432 by Jones of Dallas, Paula Black Mom, H.R. 1431 by 33 by Jones of Dallas, Jamie Renasdez, H.R. 1434 by Jones of Dallas, Aaron Gracie, H.R. 1435 by Jones of Dallas, Jesse Moreno, H.R. 1436 by Jones of Dallas, Chad West, H.R. 1438 by Perez of El Paso, Andrew Joseph Perez, H.R. 1440 by Lozano, Joseph Lozano, H.R. 1441 by Lozano, Jet Barago, Jorge Juan Antonio, and Alexandria Borgado, H.R. 1442 by BC Haraj Boot, H.R. 1443 by BC Round Rock Club, H.R. 1444 by BC Ballet La Florico, H.R. 1445 by BC Round Rock Choir, H.R. 1447 by Schaffner, Emmy Hawker, H.R. 1448 by Schaffner, Sydney Shuffle, H.R. 1449 by Schaffner, Garrett Schmatter, H.R. 1450 by Schofield, Jill Jackson, H.R. 1452 by Lopez of Cameron, Daniel Liu, H.R. 1453 by Lopez of Cameron, Crystal Herrera, H.R. 1454 by Lopez of Cameron, Samantha Scotto, H.R. 1455 by Lopez of Cameron, Ramon Santos, H.R. 1456 by Lopez of Cameron, Isabel Dabine, H.R. 1458 by Buckley Dirk Aaron, H.R. 1459 by Darby Austin Symphony Orchestra, H.R. 1460 by Landcroft Energy Council, H.R. 1461 by Schaffner, Morgan Register, and Maggie Simmons, H.R. 1462 by Craddock, Thomas Craddock and Nadine Craddock, H.R. 1463 by Schofield Marquine Hills, H.R. 1464 by Dyson Hayden Richards, H.R. 1465 by Dyson and Bennett Bush, H.R. 1466 by Rose Adrian Cornelio, H.R. 1467 by Rose Joseph Rostro, H.R. 1469 by Hayes Powerhouse Texas Energy Policy Fellowship Program, H.R. 1470 by Gomez Pastor Alvarado, H.R. 1471 by Schofield Powerhouse Church, H.R. 1472 by Schofield Christopher Alexander Fields, H.R. 1473 by Schaffner Carter Moxley, H.R. 1475 by Darby Texas Book Festival, H.R. 1477 by Zwiener, Carol, and Jeff Zwiener.
Is there any objection to the adoption of the resolutions? The chair hears none. The resolutions are adopted. Members, please take your seats. We're ready to begin the consideration of the memorial calendar. The following memorial resolutions have been withdrawn or previously adopted. H.R. 1476. Members, this is the memorial calendar. Please take your seats. The chair lays before the House the following memorial resolutions. The clerk will read the resolutions.
HCR 132 by Craddock, Carol Morgan Thomas. HCR 154 by Craddock, Deputy Jesse Ray Perez. HR 17 by Raymond, Corey Carperto. HR 49 by Cole, Ina Glassberg. HR 170 by Hopper, Jill Glover. HR 275 by Jones of Harris, Judge Burney. HR 355 by Busey, William Everett Brannon Jr. HR 356 by Busey, Jennifer Joy Maddelington. HR 364 by Collier, retired Judge Clifford Davis. HR 369 by Schatzler. Baseline, Sharia Bibas, Ariel Bibas, Gafir Bibas, and Odid Litzfa. HR 672 by Dayala, William Strake Jr., and Annette Strake. HR 690 by Lauterbach, Sister Amelia Elliers. HR 755 by Button, Janice Cullum. HR 756 by Button, George L. Cullum III. HR 759 by Cullen, Dr. William Kolsky Jr. HR 762 by Harless, Eugene Zaborowski. HR 763 by Moody, Sharon Carroll Skirt. HR 781 by Lujan, Cameron Celeste Jacobson. HR 785 by Howard, Carol Keaton. HR 848 by Martinez Fisher, Daniel Chris Graney. HR 1240 by Bryant, Carlton Carl. HR 1265 by Toth, Patty Rooksback-Skay. HR 1303 by Flores, Maria Teresa Flores Cervantes. HR 1307 by Manuel, Brenda Calhoun-Vion. HR 1314 by Busey, Denise Marshall. HR 1316 by Martinez Fisher, Judith Cavender. HR 13719 by Trox Clare, William Water Deering. HR 1326 by Longoria, Sarah Vela. HR 1336 by Button, Janice Cullum. HR 1337 by Button, George Cullum III. HR 1350 by Vasu, Taylor Hall Jr. HR 1351 by Moody, Sharon Skirt. HR 1367 by Lowe, Dole of Oliver. HR 1371 by Gonzales of El Paso, U.S. Army Private First Class Willie Munoz. HR 1372 by Gonzales of El Paso, U.S. Marine Corps Sergeant Alex Ferreira. HR 1373 by Gonzales of El Paso, U.S. Master Sergeant Lawrence Patrick. HR 1374 by Gonzales of El Paso, U.S. Army Veteran Luisa Gonzalez. HR 1375 by Gonzales of El Paso, U.S. Army Veteran Renal Garbarritos. HR 1376 by Gonzales of El Paso, U.S. Army Sergeant Eduardo Barco. HR 1377 of Gonzales of El Paso, U.S. Army Specialist Roberto Avila. HR 1378 Gonzales of El Paso, U.S. Air Force Senior Master Sergeant Ruben Ray. HR 1379 by Gonzales of El Paso, U.S. Army Corporal Richard Sombrano. HR 1382 by Flores Aaron Scott Rendon. HR 1391 by Lauterbach Osmond Bernard Scott. HR 1395 by Buckley Captain Marvin Hamilton Taylor III. HR 1451 by Darby Renaud Shiflett. HR 1457 by Shaheen Richard Worrell. HR 1468 by Darby Alan George Morvick. HR 1474 by Darby David Lewis Hirschford. HR 1437 by Munoz Pedro P. Jr.
All those in favor of adoption of the resolutions, please rise. The resolutions are unanimously adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Little for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. It's my honor to welcome the Malloy family to our chamber today. Christopher and Flora Malloy, along with their children John Paul, Hannah, Thomas, Eva Marie, Matthew, and Gabriel, are spending the day with me in my office to learn more about their Texas capital. Eva Marie and Matthew currently attend Faustina Academy, which offers students and their families the unique opportunity to experience a day at the Capitol. As part of their visit, the Malloys will enjoy a guided tour of our historic Capitol building and gain a firsthand look at how the Texas legislature operates. Welcome to your Texas Capitol. Thank you.
Please excuse Mr. Jones of Dallas because of important business on a motion of Ms. Garcia Bear. The chair recognizes Ms. Villalobos and Mr. Berry for recognition.
I'll go first. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the distinct pleasure today of thanking a group of individuals that are here when the lights come on and here when the lights go off, and that's our back services staff. So thanks to all you guys today. We have an opportunity to give them a little bit of show a little appreciation for them, and I want to thank them for each and every a little thing that they do for us. And if you have some time, go up to them and thank them. Shake their hand and say thank you. So thanks a bunch, and I look forward to seeing you guys in the back hall staff next session.
Chair lays out the following privilege resolution. The clerk will read the resolution.
HTR 54 by Schwartner, instructing the enrolling clerk of the Senate to make a correction in SB number 2268.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this resolution authorizes technical corrections to SB 2268. This is the bill that extended the application deadline for the Texas Energy Fund, and these are only technical corrections for the application. I move adoption.
This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Mr. Vasut voting aye. Have all members voted? 127 ayes and 5 nays. The resolution is adopted. Members, we're about to go on the items eligible calendar. If you have a bill on here, be ready. Chair recognizes Representative Gerdes.
Speaker, I'd like to call up conference committee report on HB 2885.
The chair lays out the conference committee report on House Bill 2885. Recognize Mr. Gerdes to explain the report.
The Senate added an agreed to amendment to include the City of Garland. The conference committee report just reflects adjusted language for mixed beverages and local option election. I move adoption.
This is a record vote required by the Constitution. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 101 ayes, 27 nays. The conference committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Gerdes.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to call up the conference committee report on HB 2017.
Chair lays out the conference committee report on House Bill 2017. Recognize Representative Gerdes to explain the report.
The conference committee report removes the amendment that was added in the Senate and restores this bill, HB 2017, to the House and gross version. And in honor of Grayson Davis, I move adoption.
Question occurs on adoption of the conference committee report. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 96 ayes, 38 nays. The conference committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the Conference Committee report on House Bill 5246.
Chair lays out the Conference Committee report on House Bill 5246 and asks Representative Bonin to explain the Conference Committee report.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Conference Committee report includes several things. It includes Senate amendments that will promote commercial space opportunities rather than aerospace writ large. It defines TARSEC as an advisory entity to the board rather than being administratively attached to another entity. It allows the Space Commission to solicit recommendations rather than proposals from TARSEC. It allows the use of the SURF Trust to market and promote Texas as a premier location for space-related industries. It has the Commission submit a strategic plan on even-numbered years, and there's language to allow the Commission to work with the municipality to implement FAA requirements to temporarily close a venue for public safety purposes during spaceflight activity. House Bill 5246 ensures that Texas remains the home of America's space future and the gateway to the moon, Mars, and beyond. I move adoption of the
Mr. Speaker,
Salil Wilson, for what purpose?
would the gentleman yield for some questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Happy to yield
he
for
yields
questions.
for questions.
Dr. Bonning, can you tell me what are the current FFA guidelines on rockets? Like, is there permission that has to be sought before they shoot off a rocket?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So the Federal Aviation Administration has authority over launches, and they determine, first of all, whether a launch is permissible and then the parameters around that. So, for example, a hazard zone of a certain distance is required per FAA guidelines or requirements. And so they determine the number of launches, whether any individual launch is permissible or is going to be allowed, and then the safety requirements around those launches.
Is there a mile range of beach closures? I think several of us from the coast have gotten, several inquiries. Does this shut down the whole entire Texas coastline, or is there a radius?
Right. So the only area that would be temporarily closed would be the area deemed to be a hazard zone. And so if you take, for example, Starship, the largest rocket ever constructed with the Super Heavy, the hazard zone has a radius of about 2 miles. And that's because you just don't want anybody getting too close to a rocket of that size that is about to ignite its engines and take off.
So that would be 2 miles. Is there any other county other than Cameron County that you know of that has a rocket launch?
Or
the ability?
There are 2 locations in Texas where we're seeing commercial space launches, and one is suborbital flights that are in West Texas, and then the other, of course, is down in South Texas, where you're seeing a much larger vehicle that can be used for actually orbital flight.
Okay, so you and I share Galveston County. I have the coastal end, including Bolivar. So this should not affect that portion of the beach at all.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter where you are in the state. This would only have any impact if you were going to launch a rocket with the explosive power of 13,000 Hellfire missiles. If you do that, you shouldn't get too close to the rocket or let anybody else get too close to the rocket. And this is not a state requirement. This is FAA saying, hey, there's a hazard zone. We need to secure the hazard zone, and it's our responsibility to do that in order to safely conduct the activity that's been authorized.
Okay, and then is there a time frame of which that beach would be closed, like a 2-hour time frame, 2-day time frame?
Yeah.
What is there any limitation?
Yeah, so again, the FAA has authority over that, but and there's a restriction as to the cumulative number of hours in a given year that the area could be closed. But as a practical matter for a given launch, it's typically about 4 hours. It could be a little bit longer, but about 4 hours before the actual launch, and about 1 hour, perhaps a little bit less, after the launch. So you're looking on average about 5 hours that it would be closed.
We would want to keep people in that 2-mile radius safe, and that would be the reason why it would be a closure, is for the safety of all concerned.
So basically what you're talking about is a temporary closure of 5 hours for an area with a radius of about 2 miles around a massive rocket that's about to take off.
Is there a number of times that you're limited to as far as the number of rocket launches you could do at a facility?
Yeah, that's up to the FAA, but the FAA currently has given the approval for up to 25 launches per year. There have been, up to this time in South Texas, a total of 9 flight tests.
Okay, so at the maximum right now, it would be like 2 times a month for 4 or 5 hours shutdown of that very close beach area that would be close to wherever they're doing the rocket launch.
It's very limited, and it's only during that window of time when a launch activity is going to occur.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, would you please put into the journal the conversation between Dr. Bonin and myself?
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered.
Thank you.
Mr. Martinez Fisher, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to raise a point of order pursuant to Rule 13, Section 9A4.
Bring your point of order down front.
Mr. Martinez Fisher has raised a point of order against further consideration of the conference committee report on HB 5246 under Rule 13, Section 9A4 on the grounds conferees exceeded their jurisdiction. There was significant disagreement between the House and Senate with respect to requirements of Space Commission board action. And among other provisions, disagreement, the Senate version of the bill contained a provision absent from the House provision requiring the board to promote the state as a premier location for space-related activities, as well as to promote commission activities. The conference committee added a provision requiring the board to order the closure of certain highways, venues, and areas as necessary to promote space-related industries and further commission activities. The House Conference Committee Chair explained that this addition was necessary for the House to accept the Senate provisions absent from the House version. For example, to promote the state as a premier location for space-related industries, the board needed the powers added in the Conference Committee report. The House Conference Committee Chair has met his burden of proof, and conferees did not exceed their jurisdiction in adjusting the differences necessary to resolve the dispute between the two chambers. Accordingly, the point of order is respectfully overruled. Pursuant to House Rule 13, Section 9F, the chair announces introduction of H.R. 1523, suspending the limitations on the conferees for HB 46. Chair recognizes Dr. Bonnet to continue.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of the Conference Committee report on House Bill 5246 under Rule 13, Section 10A, and Rule 12, Section 1D.
Please bring your point to the front, Mr. Turner. Point of order has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin on the bill.
Move adoption.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Martinez Fisher, for what purpose?
raise a point of order under Article 3, Section 30.
Please bring your point forward. The point of order is withdrawn. Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin on the bill.
Move adoption.
Does anyone wish to speak on, for, or against HB 5246? Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez Fisher to speak against the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and thank you for your time. We spent a lot of time on 3 points of order, and I think the best opposition argument I can make is to explain to you what we've been doing for the last hour. We're at the stage of the session now where bills are coming out of nowhere, and they're coming fast. We have 24 hours to read them. There's an argument that anybody who uses CapWeb will not find this information online, even though we have an email that says you should have it by CapWeb. So that's a flag. And so if your constituents use CapWeb, or your staff, or the member uses CapWeb. And we also said that we have rules in this House that say at this stage of the session, we're very strict about what comes in these conference reports, because you don't have time to read them, and they're coming fast. And so we're going to disagree over what language in this conference report does. But when I read it, it says that a space commission that cannot do this today can close your county beach as long as the city is okay with it. The only problem I have with it is it's the county's call, because the county owns the beach, not the city. But as long as the commission tells the city, are you okay with this? We could temporarily close the beach. There's some argument that folks say, well, it's only temporary, so it's not that big of a deal. And so it's a big deal when the city doesn't have the authority to do this, and now we've told them they can temporarily close the county beach. We also have language that now says that we can take a TxDOT road, and if a city's okay with it, we can close that. Now, I drive up and down 35 all the time, and there's a lot of construction, and I pass through New Braunfels and Selma and other places. If I ever found out that the city of Selma can close Highway 35 temporarily because it wanted to, make my 2-hour commute a 3-hour commute, I'm gonna be hot. We should be hot. And then it also says, as long as the city agrees, we can temporarily close the venue. And where this is all dismissed is because it's all temporary to further the mission of the Space Commission, which is to be the best at attracting space exploration, which we all agree to because we voted for the Space Commission, we voted for the Space Consortium, we funded it, we believe in it, but we also believe that we're going to follow the rules. We also believe that too. And so that's my flag, and that's why I'll vote against this, not because I don't believe in space exploration, but I believe that local government ought to have a say. And let's forget about this. Let's look at the language. It says not just the SpaceX beach, any beach. Any beach. So let's back that up. If it's a municipally owned beach and they operate it, as long as the city agrees, I guess that's okay. Coastal county beaches, and I know there are a lot of coastal county beach members that represent the coast. It's your beach, and it's also our state beach. And forget about the fact that the GLO regulates those. And the Open Beaches Act decides that. And now we've taken a commission that is well-intentioned to attract and grow this industry. This entire proposal is all about their board of directors, how they go about raising money, what the sunset provision is, are they subject to open records, how do they market? They're even arguing how to share a database. There's nothing about giving them extra powers, even extra temporary powers. And so I have pause there. And so ultimately you can decide whether you thought you'd want to know that before you decided to cast your vote. I guess you know it now. But I wonder if you would have liked to have known that. And I wonder if you'd have liked to know that this language looks pretty close to House Bill 4660. It's not on this calendar today. Looks pretty close to Senate Bill 2188. That bill's not on this calendar today. Everybody knows where I come from in San Antonio, west side of San Antonio, from the streets. This is a legislative carjacking is what this is.
Mr. Speaker.
And this is a new bill on a existing idea to promote and market, and now we're just giving them real powers to override your local officials. And I have an objection to that. And if the gentleman at the back mic has questions, I'm happy to yield.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Anchia, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some
Would you
questions?
yield, Mr. Martinez?
Yes, sir.
Fisher? He will.
Thank you, Representative Martinez Fisher. The current state of beach closures lies with elected officials, either at the county level, the city level, or with the GLO, correct? These are
Yeah.
people that are accountable to the public, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this bill says that we're going to give beach closure authority now to the Space Commission, right?
Yes, sir.
Are those people elected?
No, sir.
They're unelected. They're unelected appointees who don't answer to the members of the public and will be able to restrict the enjoyment of beaches going forward, correct?
That is correct. Now, I think the saving grace is it's only for a temporary purpose. And well-intentioned, this probably meets FAA requirements. It satisfies things at the federal level. But that's what House Bill 4660 was supposed to do, and this body didn't want to move it forward, and the Senate companion didn't make it either.
Well, and when we heard those bills in state affairs, and in fact, there was no testimony provided related to conflicts between the county, in the case of Boca Chica Beach, and the launches. Like, they were very collaborative, but now I guess we want to turn it over to unelected, essentially bureaucrats, to make those calls about who can enjoy the beach and when. The last point I'd mention is that there were well over 100 launches that were contemplated just in one area alone. So while it's discussed as something temporary, the frequency of these launches are just going to increase and increase and increase. Were you aware of that?
I wasn't, but I know even just reading the news on the state clips, they're happening more and more. And frankly, I mean, we have a public doctrine in our Constitution that says that for the assets that the state holds for nature, we hold them in trust for the public's benefit. And now that upends that doctrine. That's a constitutional doctrine. It upends the statutory authority we have with open beaches. And if you're a landowner, if you're a beachgoer, if you're a local resident, that's the law that you know, not showing up one day and temporarily your access is cut off.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Bonner, for what
Will
purpose?
the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, sir, I
He
yield.
will.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. And are you aware of the number of launches that have been approved by the FAA?
No, sir, I'm not.
And would it surprise you to know that the FAA regulates that and they alone determine the number of launches?
I believe you're right.
And that number currently in South Texas is 25?
I'll take your word.
And how long is it that the area would be closed for a launch?
I don't know, but what I do believe is that if it's going to be closed for any period of time, if it's a county beach, it's the county's call.
Yeah,
If
so are
it's-
you aware that that would be about 4, maybe 5 hours?
And that would be for the county to decide whether that's too long or not.
Yeah, and so if the FAA has a requirement to protect the public from the launch of a very large vehicle, and there's a determined hazard zone, which in this instance is roughly 2 miles, would that affect any of the rest of the coast?
Well, I guess it potentially could. But,
How would it do that?
Well, first, I'll remind you that.
Well, how would it do that?
Would you like me to answer?
It's up to you. Go ahead.
Oh,
We're all waiting.
I needed your permission. So the county, unlike the FAA, has to make that beach safe 24/7, 365. So for the 4 or 5 hours of any temporary closure, any degree of spread, I don't know what the debris pattern would look like. I guess it would all depend on how high a rocket might have been at the time of debris. But nevertheless, it's still the county's beach. And rather than this proposal to say, as long as the city's okay with it, which I would imagine could be the city that was recently incorporated by SpaceX. So rather than SpaceX making the agreement with the commission, perhaps Cameron County should make that decision. And that's the only thing I'm talking about. I'm not concerned about developing and strengthening and promoting this area of industry for our state. I'm concerned about taking a local authority that we know today and circumventing that by giving that power to a commission in a city.
Are you comfortable with the public having access to a hazard zone during a rocket launch?
I am comfortable with the county making that call. Yes, sir, I am. I trust the county and county officials and the county sheriff to make
The
that
gentleman's time has expired.
call. I ask that you vote no on adopting the conference report.
Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin. Excuse me, I did. Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise to speak in favor of this bill. Many years ago, I got this idea, and I wrote a constitutional amendment, and I passed it, and the voters approved it, and it was that the beaches in Texas would always be open to the public. We passed that. And some years later, we decided that we wanted in Texas essentially to move NASA to South Texas in the form of SpaceX. We embraced that, and I embrace it. I embraced it. And believe me, the people in South Texas have embraced it as well, as I think many across the state have. So when it comes to this issue, and we took it up in state affairs. When it comes to this issue about when you're having launches, whether it is safe for people to be out on the beach, kind of common sense tells you it's probably not a safe thing to do. It doesn't seem so complicated to me. And when we talk about this issue about whether should the county or the city be in charge of making that call, I think of Laredo, the city that I represent. The bridges in Laredo, which have made us the busiest port in the Western Hemisphere, the bridges are run by the city of Laredo. Now, the county of Webb cares about it and they're interested in it, but in my community, it's very clear. The city is where the rubber meets the road, and they make the decisions and they make the calls when it comes to our bridges and to trade. This I view in a very similar way. The city where these launches are occurring are much more likely to know when it is safe and when it is not. And we're not talking about shutting these beaches down for days on end. That's not what we're talking about here. So at the end of the day, for me, it is what's safest. What is safest for the people that want to go on those beaches during that time? And I believe that the city is more likely to know than the county. It's not that complicated. I don't understand why it has become a complicated issue, because I just don't think it is. So I speak in favor of this. I hope you will vote for it. We have decided we want to bring, I say NASA, SpaceX to South Texas. We've embraced it. It has meant a lot in terms of economic development. It means a lot in terms of the role that Texas plays in space travel and discovery and exploration, and I'm glad for that. Texas should take the lead anytime that we can.
Mr. Speaker.
So, members, I hope you will vote for this bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Floor is for
Will the
what
gentleman
purpose?
yield for a question and a
Mr.
comment?
Raymond, would you yield?
I will yield to the lady from Laredo.
Representative Raymond, do you realize that there's a lot of endangered species that live pretty close to the area of SpaceX?
I don't know the number, but it has nothing to do with when the beaches get closed, because there's a launch that is going on.
But the FAA is supposed to be charged with making sure that it's safe for endangered species. And I just want to make a comment about we need to be, not just having explosions and blowing up things so often that we're going to disturb the natural wildlife, especially where there are habitats for endangered species such as ocelot and turtles and others. So I just want to say something about the animals and hope that the FAA will do that. And there are groups, are you aware that there are groups like Defenders of Wildlife and Centers for Biological Diversity, who say that the FAA is not doing its job in protecting these animals and they need to do a better job of doing that. And I just wanted to make you aware of that.
We'll make sure we tell the FAA that, but that has nothing to do with this bill and the issue at hand. But thank you for getting a plug in there about animals and plants to the FAA. I mean,
yes.
Hopefully they're listening.
I appreciate that.
Thank you, but that has nothing to do with this bill. I move past, well, I support it.
Chair recognizes Mr. Anchita to speak against the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I want to make sure everybody has the information on what's actually going on here today. It was suggested that, well, if it's okay with this city, that these space launches should continue, the city knows better how to, or whether it should close the public beach. But you realize that the city that's being established is a company town. It's controlled by SpaceX. So it's not like this is a city government like you and I, in a city like you and I may live in. The decisions to close the beach are being placed either with the unelected bureaucrats at the Space Commission or the company town leadership that has been established that will be wholly controlled by SpaceX. And to suggest, well, it's not that big of a deal. It's just a couple of hours every once in a while. There were only 20 space launches. If you simply look online, you will see that SpaceX is projecting a record-breaking number of orbital launches in 2025, aiming for about 170. That is roughly every other day in 2025 that they're going to have a launch. And this, ladies and gentlemen, this is just the beginning, because if we've gone from the 20 that were discussed by the bill offer to 170 in just 1 year, that ignores the fact that there's going to be a significant focus on the upcoming Starship program, where they're going to be launching Starships to Mars in 2026. And all of this sounds great. The question is, who gets to make the call and who is in the best position to have the public interest in mind in closing a public beach? And I submit to you, it's not the people in the company town that is effectively a wholly owned subsidiary of SpaceX, and it's not the Space Commission. It is the people who are closest, the elected officials who are closest to the people, and that is county government. We heard in committee no complaints about the ability of county government to work with SpaceX. Zero complaints. But instead, we are trying to remove their oversight, the people, the elected officials who are accountable to the people on the ground. We want to eliminate their oversight and replace it with a company town and an unelected bureaucracy. And members, I think that's wrong when we're talking about a public beach that should be the public trust. Thank you very much. I hope you oppose the bill.
Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin.
Well, members, thank you for your time this afternoon. I'm sure you're ready to move on with the rest of the calendar. I'm actually very excited and optimistic about the future for the 8 billion people living on Earth. And the future is being shaped right here in Texas. What is happening in our state is literally equivalent to what happened at Kitty Hawk in 1903 when the Wright brothers first flew. And I think we're going to look back on history and we're going to have to do an assessment of where we stood. Were we on the side of securing for the free world safety and progress and a hope for the future, or were we bogged down in worrying about personalities and other concerns?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield
I'm
for
happy
questions?
to yield for questions.
He will, Mr. Tenderholt.
So I wanted to come back here because we've talked about this in the past, and I know some people see a price tag on it, and some people see that beaches are going to be shut down, but really the importance of this is so much bigger. You and I have talked in the past about how the space race with China, whoever gets control of the electromagnetic spectrum first, is essentially going to have a lot of control over what happens all over Earth. And I just want to make sure people understand the importance of this bill. And the importance of allowing space exploration and to be able to do those things, to be able to get these assets up into space to do that, do this job.
What happens in space in the 21st century will affect the life of every person on Earth.
And so the price tag on it and being able to shut down beaches will potentially keep our nation safe and keep other nations safe.
It
Is
keeps
that
our
correct?
nation safe, and all that's contemplated in this legislation is keeping people safe by keeping them away from a rocket when it is taking off.
All right, thank you.
I move adoption.
The question occurs on adoption of the committee report for House Bill 5246. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 83 ayes, 52 nays, the Conference Committee report on House Bill 5246 is finally adopted.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
I move to reduce to writing the speeches by Representative Martinez Fisher and Rafael Angia on the last bill and place them in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? So ordered. The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 8. Oh, excuse me. The chair recognizes Representative Spiller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I call up the Conference Committee report for SB 8.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on SB 8 and recognizes Representative Spiller to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Section 287G bill that we spent some time on a few days ago. This Conference Committee report is agreed upon language between the House and the Senate that's been heavily negotiated. Let me kind of tell you where we are and how we got there briefly. In my opinion, when we received SB 8 from the Senate, we worked on it. In my view, we improved it. We improved the bill with a floor substitute to provide for universal coverage of the 287G program to all counties that operate or contract to operate a jail. If you recall, SB 8, when it, in its original form, only had counties with a population of 100,000 or more. This, under our version, has expanded that to all counties that own or operate a jail. We allowed them to participate in the warrant service model or any other model, the jail enforcement or the task force model. We provided for a grant program to each county, and also provided for a reimbursement program. I think our version, was very good, but this has gone to a conference committee. We have a report, and the conference committee agreed to language. What we did, we maintained that universal coverage. The same thing that we wanted here, provided for, we maintained that to all counties that operate or contract to operate a jail. And under this version, again, it's worded differently, but again, they can participate in any one of the three models, including the warrant service model that we promoted. We eliminated the reimbursement program on the back end, but significantly increased the funding in the grant program for each county. And so the monies that were there for the entirety are now basically front-end loaded, and so we addressed concerns that counties needed funds to be able to implement and operate that. We've done that. We also included the transparency provided by the Romero Amendment. That's included in this. And so what we now have, in my view, is a very strong bill that achieves the public safety purposes of the bill, provides universal coverage and cooperation, provides necessary funding to the counties, guarantees coordination with the executive orders of President Trump, and provides assistance and cooperation with our federal partners to assist in enforcing existing immigration law.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I will.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Chairman Spiller. You've talked about the changes. I appreciate the explanation for the members. You did include that now this program is, as the House had changed it, based upon much of the impact from the only sheriff that I think that we have on the floor in either the House or the Senate. And in his explanation of the warrant service model, the reason why our House version had warrant service model and a focus on it is because it was the most efficient program that would cost the least amount of money to implement initially. But in the distribution of the funds as they went over to the Senate, whereas we had a minimal amount for smaller counties. Say, as an example, a county that had 48 beds. Our initial bill had $5,000 in for those. Can you tell me what that amount is now for the small jails?
All right, and so the smaller, let me just cover all the categories so we're clear. The counties under 100,000 population under the House version would be $5,000. Under this version, it's $80,000. For counties with a population of 100,000 to 499,999, under $500,000, under our version was $10,000. Under this, it's $100,000. For those for 500,000 up to $1 million, our version was 20,000. This is 120,000. And for those that are $1 million or more, went from 40,000 to 140,000.
Well, so for a county like my own, we have 5,000 beds in Tarrant County. And yet a county that has only 48 beds is now going to get 80,000, and Tarrant County is only going to get 140,000.
Well,
So
the way I understand it, it depends on the population of the county, not necessarily
Yeah.
how many beds that the jail actually has, but yes.
I just wanted to state that our version was much smaller, and it was more based upon the actual persons that you might have in your, not just your population of your county, but the likely size of your jail. Is that correct?
Right.
Thank
And
you.
to be fair, I liked our version. I thought that we did a very good job, and I appreciate working with you, and Representative Canales, and Representative Louderback. And I thought what we came up with was very good. I can see the merit of what we've done here because it also, under our version, though, required a reimbursement program on the back end.
Yes,
and
sir.
this way, the counties
Let
get
me
that money
just-
on the front
Let me just
end.
ask you one more question because I think
Sure.
someone else wants to ask questions. As the last question, now that you have this set aside and you gave it up front, this is a defined grant program. It doesn't grow from this for this percentage, correct? From this number? So if you're a small county, you get 80,000, that's all you get.
For this biennium, that's correct.
Okay.
Well,
And then-
I take that back. That's not necessarily true because, as I understand it, under the ICE program, under the federal program, there are grants and funding that may be available at the federal level, but not in
From the
this
state
bill.
fund. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
would the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I will.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Mr. Spiller, I want to just ask you some legislative intent questions. Under your bill, if the federal government says that they're no longer going to use or they will eliminate the warrant service officer model or jail enforcement model, will the local sheriffs have the discretion to choose the model if that happens?
Well, currently, even without this bill, counties have the option to participate in one or more of the different models. We have a number of counties that are already doing that. That will continue. Under this bill, they would contract for a particular model, and that's the only thing that they're obligated to do under that agreement.
So I'm just asking you because I was asked to ask this, but so in the question of under your bill, with your understanding of this bill, if the federal government says we're no longer going to use the warrant service officer model or the jail enforcement model, are sheriffs free to choose the model that they want?
I think the sheriffs, number one, as I've said, they're free to do that anyway if they choose to do that voluntarily under the existing system. But what they contract with, if they quit offering that model, then they're no longer obligated under that particular model.
So I understand your answer to be yes. Is that correct?
Well, if you'll repeat the question, I can tell
Again,
you it's yes.
If the federal government says they are no longer going to use the warrant service officer model or the jail enforcement model, then the sheriff of that county would be free to choose the model that they want to use under this law.
Well, it depends. I believe the answer generally is yes, but I think it depends because it depends if the entire program is going to continue, and under your scenario, if they're going to participate, assuming your question makes several assumptions, assuming that the program continues, but under your question, the warrant service model goes away, the jail enforcement model goes away. By definition, the only thing left is the task force model. Are they obligated to do that? No, but I don't think that's very likely because that's not really the goal and the function of what we're trying to achieve. And I don't think it's necessarily the focus of what the federal government's trying to achieve as far as partnering with local law enforcement and primarily in an in-jail model, which is what both of those under the warrant service and the jail enforcement model promote.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I ask to move to reduce the writing place and journal the discussions on this bill.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
I'd move to adopt the conference committee report.
Is there any...
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper,
Mr. Speaker, we have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
please admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has taken the following other action. SB 293, the Senate has adopted a motion respectfully requesting that the House take up for consideration the Senate's request to recede from a House amendment and concur in the alternative Senate amendment to Senate Bill 293, as presented in Senate Resolution 695. The Senate has also appointed a conference committee on the pending matters of disagreement on Senate Bill 293 in the event the House chooses not to act upon the Senate's request pursuant to Senate Resolution 695. Senate conferees, Chair Huffman, Betancourt, Menendez, Schwertner, West. Respectfully, Patsy Spa, Secretary of the Senate.
The chair recognizes Mr. Romero in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, couldn't get to this part of our process and not talk about this bill. Ask one more time to really think about your vote, even though I know that this is already kind of a foregone conclusion, so I won't fight it out with you. I do want to say something about my desk mate, Miss Symphonia Thompson. How lucky I am to sit next to you, Miss T. How fortunate I am to listen to your stories, and how fortunate I am to be able to look you in the eye and know that everything that you say is true. And your expectations from all of us other members that we do the same. Unfortunately, things have changed pretty quick, it seems like, around here. I feel like in this building and the way things are supposed to be, I feel like in this building the way things are supposed to be is that we're all supposed to go back to our districts and come back and talk about what's happened, and that another member would believe you, and that their pain or their sorrow... Mr. Speaker, can I get order?
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
That when a member talks about the pain or their sorrow in their district, that would matter to you. Ms. T and I were just talking, and she said, Ramon, people don't know what you go through. As she was telling me a childhood story. You know, today when you look at the immigration enforcement that's going on around our country, I know y'all see it on Instagram or whatever source, and you see that young kids are crying as their mother or father gets deported. I can't think of the weight that those poor kids and the trauma they're going to take with them. And I know when I think about 287G, while this takes place in jail, you did hear that one of the reasons why this bill came back differently is because they didn't want us to focus on what happens just in jail. I want to make sure it's clear to all sheriffs around the country, maybe you still want to do the tactical model. And that means an opening for sheriff's officers who are untrained in immigration enforcement to potentially be doing things outside the jail. And if you grew up like I did in the 80s or 70s, when people did not call police, we had a lot of violence. We had a lot of gang members, and they felt safe. And 287G, it is going to contribute to less people calling the police in communities like mine. And while it may make us safer when someone gets into jail, we established last time that this is already by law in existence. A sheriff commits a crime by not turning over somebody that has an ICE hold. It's a Class B misdemeanor for the jailer and for the sheriff. I've experienced what it's like for somebody to get deported and you're the person left behind. So do you know the weight of my sorrow? What's most offensive is how hard, even though I knew this was going to happen and there was going to be no way we could stop it, how hard I know myself and the chairman, the author, and probably the only man that should be writing this kind of bill is the guy that sits right there in the straw hat, Sheriff Louderback. It's hard for me to accept that, I'm sorry, Ramon, you're just going to have to deal with it. We're going to pass this no matter what. I don't care about your experience. I don't care about what you went through. I don't care about the crime or potential crime that's going to happen in your district. But when this man sits there, and I've been telling him all day, I know what kind of character he has. He's been implementing this program for years. And he recommended the bill that we sent over to the Senate. He knew he didn't want to create bureaucracy in this grant program. He wanted to keep it simple. And they didn't care. They wanted what they wanted. So I thank both authors. But I know one thing. I gave the man in the straw hat all my faith that he knew what he was talking about, and I knew that nothing that came from his mouth was going to be a lie. And I would hope that the Senate would respect the House when it comes to issues when you have what in essence is a subject matter expert, even though I don't agree on the policy, the ultimate policy. So I know I'm not going to get you to vote no on this, so I'm not even going to ask you to vote no. I'm just going to hope that you make sure that as we fund something like this, and children start suffering, whether it be in their own home, and innocent people, including U.S. citizens like we see every day on social media, begin to pay the price, we're all responsible for it. And when and if we need to make changes to this program, I hope that we do.
Chair recognizes Mr. Louderback.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, in 2005, when I was elected sheriff, it became very apparent that there was one problem. I lived on US 59 going into Houston. The biggest problem we had at that point in time, continuing until today, human trafficking and narcotics that were being transported by the cartels. In short order, I started promoting the 287G program because in my jail and every jail along 59, we were picking up a lot of people and we could not vet their criminal history properly. 287G allows us to do that. And in doing that, it saves lives and it puts criminals behind bars. First and foremost, it's about law and order. That's what we have to promote in this state. I have probably promoted this program across this nation more than any person in this state and most people in the United States. I've been to 40 states. I've talked about this program since 2006. I've received the Saving the Homeland Award because I took this program to 26 counties along the Gulf Coast that signed up for it. I tell you, it saved lives. It put criminals behind bars, and we properly vetted each person that came before it. ICE was involved in that, and those kind of people need to be deported or handled appropriately. The program works. It works smooth. The jail model is what I like because everyone that's picked up winds up in a county jail. Now, I don't care if you pick any one of the three. I think the most prominent program that we're going to have is the warrant service officer model. I think it works. I ran the jail enforcement model. It works. You know, I know less about the tactical model because the tactical model hadn't been in existence for a long time. But the program works. It works smooth. It protects lives. I'm for this bill. It's probably one of the most significant bills for this nation that we'll see as the first state that has a requirement for a 287G package in every county jail. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for a couple
Gentleman
of quick
yields for questions.
Absolutely.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Yes, sir.
Sheriff Louderback, and thank you for yielding. In your time as a sheriff, you said you used jail model, and the tactical model was not in existence. If it would have been in existence, would you have seen yourself as a leader of your department enforcing the tactical model?
You know, Representative Romero, the tactical model was only in existence in this country for a few short years in Arizona. And at that point in time, it became unfunded, and they never offered it at all. I don't know if I would have taken it or not, because in the final analysis of it, there are ways to take care of patrolling. There are ways to make sure that illegal aliens or people you need to vet properly are done. There is a way to do that. I don't know if the tactical model would have been very necessary at that point in time while I was a sheriff for 5 terms. It wasn't available to me. You know, hindsight being what it is, I may have elected to do that. I was satisfied with the jail model. The jail model was the collection point for everyone that comes. They're going to come to the county jail, and I wanted to make sure I had jail personnel that knew what was going on.
So your focus was on once somebody had either already committed a crime, was picked up, was in your jail, you were ensuring that you coordinated with ICE. But you bring up Arizona, and I appreciate you bringing that up. Do you feel like what happened in Arizona and the clear violations of the rights of citizens and residents in Arizona is something that you would promote here in the state of Texas?
No, I wouldn't promote the violation of human rights at all.
So it's fair to say that what Sheriff Arpaio did in Arizona is not something that we should model our state of Texas here?
Well, I'm not going to say that, Ramon. That's probably an overstatement of sort. I'm not sure what he did at that point in time. I just know back in remembrance that the program was halted for funding at that point in time, and it was halted for a long time. It didn't come back up being funded as a program. Even though it was written in the INA, it didn't come back funded until 2015, late 2015, and that's when I applied for it.
But
and the only one that was funded was for the jail model at that time.
Thank you for your position on the jail and for the warrant service model. But in terms of the abuses, do you disagree that there were abuses in Arizona, and that's also the reason why the task force model was removed?
I'm sure there were complaints about it. I mean, it's clear that they quit funding all 287G at that point in time. So evidently there were some issues there for sure.
Yeah, to the point to where criminal charges were filed against Sheriff Arpaio, which required him to be pardoned by the president, correct?
If you're telling me that, I don't remember Joe being arrested for anything at that. He was probably sued.
I just want to point out for the body that the history of the tactical model has not been one that I believe that the state of Texas should be proud of as what's happening around the country, and that our citizens deserve being protected. And therefore, I will tell you again, your advocacy for the models that you took, the safest models, and we all need to get this right. This is not just going to affect folks that have an ISO. This is going to affect U.S. citizens, as we've seen around the country, and we hope that that's not the case here in Texas. Thank you, Sheriff.
Reverend Hawkins, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Absolutely.
He yields for questions.
For us novice, the tactical model, could you explain it?
I'm sorry, ma'am.
So that everybody understand what the model that you and Representative Ramiro just talked about, because I'm well aware of Joe Papaya and how horrible he did those prisoners there. So could you talk to us about what the tactical model would look like here in Texas?
Well, I'm not sure what it's going to look like. It's available right now, but it has not been implemented. I don't have any information at all about it, other than there's an application right now that the task force model is available for application only. And I believe we've got about 17 counties in the state that have applied for the tactical model.
And so you're asking the members here to vote on a model that you fully don't know what it looks like, but you also know it may not be the best thing that you would have adopted as a sheriff, but you're asking us to support that. Is that a fact?
I'm asking the body here to support the fact that we need a way to take care of that population in here that have committed criminal violations and come to a county jail, and let's vet their entire criminal history and make sure that we're catching everything that comes in a county jail. That was my purpose and goal. All those sheriffs that went into the program at that point in time for the JEM model, the GEM model, that was our goal, to make sure we didn't let anyone out of our jail who had committed an egregious crime of sorts. And immigration law is a separate body for the federal government. And so we had to have some expertise in that, and we didn't have it. And 287G was the only vehicle to present that.
Representative, but obviously based on your responses, you know that that is a bad model. My question is, why would we accept the conference report if we indeed know that this is something that is totally bad and totally harmful? Are we trying to meet a different agenda, or are we trying to create good policy for the state of Texas?
I disagree, Representative. It is part of the INA. It's part of the 287G chapter in the INA. And even though I don't, 17 programs in the state of Texas right now, I don't know what safeguards that ICE is going to put on this, on the application of this, or the implementation of the program. But I have every confidence in the world that Texas law enforcement is going to do right by it. You know, a lot of these things, it's just we're going to have to wait and see a little bit.
Representative, thank you for answering my questions, but I want to assure everybody in this body, it is one of the most inhumane models in the country, and we should not be willing to go along with it without knowing all the facts and how it be implemented. Treating people like that, where Joe Papaya he dehumanized those prisoners in Phoenix, and that's a fact. Thank you, sir.
We're not Joe Pario, and I think we're going to uphold the law here.
Spiller to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, just to clarify and close briefly, what we have here, we have a great bill, and it is a model of what other states should do. Admittedly, I liked our version the way it was written originally, but I gave up pride in draftsmanship ownership a long time ago, practicing law, and as long as we get to the same result, then we're in a good position. So we have that here. And again, I just want to say I appreciate certainly working with Representative Louderback, but also working with Representative Romero, Representative Canales. We worked to try to come up with the best thing that we could. We heard and listened to concerns, and Representative Romero may not vote for this bill. I don't think he will. But you know what? That's not important. What's important is we listened and we tried to come up with the best version of this bill for the state of Texas, and that's what we have here. And so with that, I move passage.
Representative Spiller moves the House adopt the conference committee report on SB 8. This is a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Meyer voting aye. Verdell voting aye. Louderback voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 89 ayes and 52 nays, the conference committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Leach for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to grant the request of the Senate to appoint a conference committee on Senate Bill 293.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Following conferees, the clerk will read the conferees.
House conferees on Senate Bill 293. Leach, Chair. Garin, Hunter, Moody, Rose.
Members, we're going back to page 1. Chair recognizes Representative Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I call up the conference committee report on Senate Bill 2878.
Chair lays out the conference committee report on Senate Bill 2878. Recognize Mr. Leach to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 2878 is the omnibus courts bill in front of you now for final passage and approval. I want to thank all of you members for your work on this and for our Senate counterparts. Hang on, I'm laying out a bill real quick. And would ask members that you join me in supporting and voting for the final passage of the omnibus courts bill, Senate Bill 2878.
Representative Leach moves the House adopt the conference committee reports. A record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? 136 ayes and 2 nays. The conference committee report is adopted. Members, we're at the top of page 2. Chair lays out the following privilege resolution suspending limitations on the conferees for Senate Bill 2308. The clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1495 by Harris, suspending limitations on conference committee jurisdiction on Senate Bill 2308.
Chair has Dr. Bonin to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The conference committee went outside of the bounds in adopting a number of items that were in neither the House nor Senate version. What this legislation is doing is it's setting up a drug trial to study hopefully the effectiveness of the drug ibogaine, and I will lay out the changes that were made when we take up the conference committee report.
The question occurs in the adoption of the resolutions. A record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. So Dr. Bonin voting aye. Have all members voted? 121 ayes, 15 nays. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The conference committee set up a process that will involve a few things that were not originally. Sorry. Mr. Speaker, I call up the conference committee report on Senate Bill 2308.
Chair lays out the conference committee report on Senate Bill 2308 and recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain that report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The conferees did a few things. One is the establishment of a consortium that will lead this effort. This will be contracted through the Health and Human Services Commission. The consortium will be required to have a drug developer, institution of higher education, and a hospital. Additionally, the state will have negotiated for royalties at a minimum of 20%, and should funds come back, it was established that 20% of that revenue may be appropriated only to programs that assist veterans in this state. I move adoption on the Conference Committee report for Senate Bill 2308.
The questions on the adoption of the conference committee report, record vote, clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Romero voting aye. Have all members voted? 134 ayes and 4 nays. The conference committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Ashby on Senate Bill 1405.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the conference committee report on SB 1405.
Chair lays out the conference committee report on Senate Bill 1405. Recognize Representative Ashby to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the conference committee removed language in the bill that related to sales and use tax rates and refunds for communications network equipment due to a lack of available funding in the budget. And lastly, the conference committee found a compromise on an amendment added by my Senator Robert Nichols regarding property damage by establishing a mechanism by which the BDO may rescind or reduce grant funding for bad actors who damage private property. And with that, I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the conference committee report. It's a record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Ashby voting aye. Have all members voted? 102 ayes, 36 nays. The conference committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Gerdes on House Bill 119.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up conference committee report on HB 119.
Chair lays out conference committee report on House Bill 119. The chair recognizes Mr. Gerdes to explain that report.
The conference committee report removed a Senate amendment and takes us back to the original House and Gross version, and I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the conference committee report. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 101 ayes, 36 nays. The conference committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up conference committee report on Senate Bill 3059.
Chair lays out the conference committee report on Senate Bill 3059. Recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain that report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, conference committee strikes a House amendment that restructured the various dates throughout the bill, including the effective date. I move passage.
The question occurs in the adoption of the conference committee report. It's a record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Mr. Martinez Fisher voting aye. Mr. Metcalf voting aye. Have all members voted? 104 ayes, 31 nays. The conference committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Gates on Senate Bill 15.
Does the gentleman yield? Mr. Speaker, does the gentleman yield?
Gentlemen yield for questions?
I'd like to do my layout first.
Not at this time, Mr. Romero.
Thank you. I call up the conference committee report on Senate Bill 15.
Chair lays out the conference committee report on Senate Bill 15. Recognize Representative Gates to explain that report.
Thank you, members. I'm here to explain why I moved to adopt the conference committee report, which has been adopted by the Senate 31-0 yesterday at 5:30. SB 15 is a priority bill of Lieutenant Governor, and I'm proud to carry it. This bill is designed to help the average Texan achieve the dream of home ownership with bipartisan coalition. You know, this past Wednesday in the Wall Street Journal, there were 2 articles that sort of highlight the housing crisis that we got going on. There was 2 articles, and the first one was titled, "First-Time Home Buyers Are Downsizing Amid Tight Supply and Entry-Level Homes Are Still No Bargain." Buyers purchase their first home. These are some of the comments in that article. Buyers purchasing their first home are boxed out of their dream because of high prices and high mortgage rates. One answer is smaller homes.
Mr. Speaker, does the
Romero, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield so we can ask questions about the changes to the bill?
Gentlemen yield for questions?
I'd like to finish my
Not
layout.
not at this time, Mr. Romero.
Newly built homes have been getting smaller since the pandemic, and home buyers will sacrifice size for a house that works within their budget. BTIG, an equity research group, says you can offset higher costs by a smaller, simpler house. In a recent national survey by the John Burns Research Consultant of 1,200 homeowners and renters found that 25% of them would purchase a home between 1,251 square feet and 1,750 square feet. Most people want a single-family detached home versus an apartment. And since 2017, the median size of a new single-family home has been shrinking. Building costs have risen by double-digit percentages over the past year, and the median price of a starter home is now $287,000. in 2024, up 44% since 2020. To qualify for a median price home in 2020 required a $49,000 income, and in 2024 that same house now requires an annual income of $101,000. The history of lot sizes ever since World War II in 1945, when Texas had a 6.8 million population, many lot sizes were around 1 acre because of these septic tanks and other things, and because we had the space. But over time, they were adjusted. And in late 1998, in Houston, they dropped their lot sizes down to 1,400, and in Austin in 24, they dropped their minimum lot size to 1,800, and San Antonio is around 1,400 feet. Unfortunately, the Representative Romero offered an amendment that he believed would improve the bill, but unfortunately, that amendment adopted on second reading gutted the bill, rendering the bill meaningless. This amendment undoes the whole point of the bill. And in discussing with Senator Betancourt, Creighton, Middleton, Paxton, and West, they made it clear that they will not accept that amendment. The original bill makes it easier and faster to build affordable homes on smaller lots with 3,000 square feet without jumping through extra hoops. The amendment says cities would first have to create a brand new zoning category, basically invent a new type of neighborhood before anyone can get built on these lots. That means extra meetings, long delays, more paperwork, higher costs, because every piece of land would need to be rezoned just to use the bill's benefits.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentlemen yield for questions?
I would like to finish my layout.
Not at this time, Mr. Romero.
In other words, instead of cutting red tape like the bill is supposed to do, the amendment adds more of it right back in. It actually, if we want to fix the housing shortage, should let builders build on homes that's already zoned for houses without waiting for cities to reinvent the wheel. Right now, if the land is zoned for houses, a builder can put up homes there without changing the zoning. That's true under today's law. The bill just says, hey, if you're already allowed to build houses here, you can now make those houses a bit smaller and more affordable. It's like saying, sure, you can build smaller homes, but only if your city creates a whole new set of rules, which defeats the purpose. This bill does not rezone land. It doesn't turn factories into houses. It doesn't let builders sneak anything in without public benefit. It just gives flexibility within the existing rules. This is what stays in. The bill only applies to land that is 5 acres or larger with a minimum lot size of 3,000, has not yet been platted, is located in an area that is zoned for single-family homes in a city of over 150,000. This bill does not impact zoning. Cities can still zone, and the area of land we are discussing here must be zoned for single-family homes. And SB 15 protects the current zoning around airport and military bases, and it's limited only to cities, not counties. If a developer wants to build on a bigger lot, then nothing stops them from doing that. It's not mandating the lot size. It includes provisions to make sure construction of a single-family home on a small lot is feasible, but it also clarifies the bill does not impact HOA requirements, still allows for deed restrictions, sewer and water requirements necessary for neighborhoods, building code requirements, environmental, erosion, flood setbacks,
Mr. Speaker.
and flooding requirements.
Parliamentary
Mr.
inquiry.
Romero, state your inquiry.
Are we still under the 10-minute rule, at which point the gentleman's time will expire without having answered any questions about that another member may have if there's not some time allotted for questions, sir?
That is correct, Mr. Romero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentlemen yield for questions?
I would like to finish my layout. Homes on
Not at
moderate
this
size
time, Mr. Romero.
lots, unlocked homes for $310,000 discussed by Pew Trust, and these are homes a working professional can afford making $100,000. These are working professional homes, homes that many of us in this chamber has afforded as our first home, homes that are not on the market anymore like they once were. These were the majority size homes across America, and now we have young people who are priced out of the market, and these are homes your employees, your kids, and grandkids can afford. Here's a list of groups in support of the new version, and specifically requesting that the Romero Amendment be removed. Texas Association of Builders, the Texas Public Policy Foundation, Texas 2036, Texas for Housing, the Chambers of Addison, Carrollton, Farmers Branch, Texas Association of Business, the Texas Affiliation of Affordable Housing Providers, Habitat for Humanity for Texas, Austin, Houston, Dallas, University of Texas, American Conservative Coalition, Texas Realtors, Texas Catholic Conference of Bishops, Texas Appleseed, Student Government Association of A&M, Goldwater Institute, AFP of Texas, Austin Infield Coalition, Environment Texas, and Texas for Reasonable Solutions. I move for adoption of the conference committee report on Senate Bill 15.
Mr. Speaker, does the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
He yields for questions.
Okay, so my original question was just to ask you, was the amendment stripped out that I added, yes or no? It was stripped out?
Yes.
Okay, and when you were describing the purpose of the bill, you said that my amendment would gut the bill. You also used the terms would create for more needless meetings. And in those meetings that would be required by my amendment, would that not be the only opportunity for public input because of my amendment? So when you say, folks, these are meaningless meetings and jumping through hoops, what you mean by jumping through hoops and meaningless meetings is cutting off and silencing your constituents and ours. Is that correct?
No. These have already been zoned. They've already gone through.
Not
public
without your bill,
discussion.
sir. Not without your bill. Without your bill, any person that wants to put in an intense subdivision like this would be required to go through to the zoning commission and city council, no different than building apartment homes. Is that not correct, sir?
They would have to go through platting.
Okay.
And because these are unplatted, they are not in existing neighborhoods. It'd be a new neighborhood. They would go through the same process that any other neighborhood would go under to be platted.
Under this bill, as is there any opportunity for public input to object to an intense 2 or 3 or 4 times more intense development in our single-family rents? Is there any place for public input and/or protest?
The same input and protest that anyone has right now on any new property that's being platted for single-family homes.
So you understand that your bill would increase the amount of potential residences in a single-family area by, in many cases, as many as 4 or 5 times. You understand that?
You know, I looked up your district because I knew.
No, sir. I'm asking you a question.
Well, I can show you where in your district.
No, I'm not asking you about my district. I'm asking you about public input and opportunity to protest. I'm going to move on to a different question, Chairman. You mentioned 3,000 square feet. So is it your intent that all these new developments, the lots will be 3,000 square feet? Is that correct?
No.
So the lots will be what size?
That's up to the free market. That's up to the builders. It's up to.
What's the minimum lot size in your proposal?
This would be 3,000 square feet would be the minimum.
Okay. So on your bill, on the Senate bill, on page 3, line 8, it says larger than 3,000 square feet. A municipality may not adopt or enforce an ordinance, rule, or measure that requires a lot to be larger than 3,000 square feet. Is that correct? Is that in your bill?
They can't set a rule, that's correct, to be greater than 3,000. They can't say it has to be at least 5,000 feet.
Okay.
It can be as large as you want.
The gentleman's time has expired. Does anyone wish to speak on, for, or against the conference committee report on Senate Bill 15? The chair recognizes Mr. Romero in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I guess I'm going to have to answer these questions for myself, and that the author was unwilling to yield so that I could ask some pretty simple questions, and I was just starting to get into the amendment. So to be clear, for every member, and we all got this on our desks from Representative Gates, that is from Texans for Reasonable Solutions, and there's one false claim. Actually, there's several. But the thing that should offend all of us is when it says this is going to force builders to jump through hoops. Jumping through hoops is talking to your district. Jumping through hoops, they're saying we shouldn't have to do it. It's simply going before the residents, which are our voters. This bill is going to allow intense development in what otherwise might be a quiet, single-family area of potentially 10,000 square foot lots. The average in Fort Worth is 5,000 square foot lots, but there's many A5, A7.5, A10. The author, as I was asking him on his amendment, on his bill, said it's 3,000 square foot. But the next two lines on page 3 is it says that a city cannot adopt an ordinance or rule that says that the lot needs to be wider than 30 or deeper than 75. That means that the lot sizes are actually going to be 2,250, not 3,000. Okay? That needs to be clear for all of you. Some cities, as the author said, have already adopted allowances for smaller lots. If you're in San Antonio, it can be as little as 1,300 square feet. Those are in special districts. In Dallas, up to 3,000 square feet. Those are in planned development districts. In Austin, they have already adjusted their zoning requirements to allow for the splitting of lots. So it's happening, but it's happening with public input. Smart, orderly growth. In Lubbock, 6,000 square foot is the average, the smallest lot. In Irving, 6,000. Garland, 5,000. Frisco, 7,000 square foot minimum. So for those of you that are in and around Frisco or McKinney, these lots are now going to be 3 homes where there was 1. And the author says that these are only in green fields. Well, let me tell you what green fields mean. That means where something hasn't already been platted. So that means that a developer just on the edge of your district may buy not just 5 acres, they could buy 20. And they could put in 300 plus homes in that small area. Anywhere else where you have that kind of density, it would be required likely multifamily. I'll say one thing. I had a member put a note and ask me, would anything in this bill promote a home from 12 to 1,700 square feet that they start below 284,000? The answer is no. There's nothing in this bill that says it has to be affordable. Simply an idea or a belief that because a developer saved money on the dirt, that he's going to pass that on or she's going to pass it on to the homeowner. And I would tell you that it's not going to happen. I want to just say one more thing before I yield for questions, Representative Collier. This thing that the Californians for Reasonable Solutions put us on our desks, what it says is that a city would not have to abide by this. To the contrary, the bill says a municipality shall adopt a new zoning classification for single-family homes for the purpose of this subchapter. Shall. And I would hope that if your city like Austin really wants this, begin to adopt those overlays and allow for this to happen, whether it be around your universities or wherever those places where they need this workforce housing. Otherwise, leave it up to the cities that know what's best for their city. I know in Fort Worth, our cities know what's best for us, and I hope that you have the same belief for your cities as well. I do yield for questions.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
I yield.
He yields for questions.
Representative Romero, thank you for bringing up these valid points. In fact, I share your concern about the public participation. Zoning is a local matter, and the cities take a lot of time and consideration and public input when they're discussing the future of their communities. And this bill would basically allow the state to dictate how cities control their communities.
Yeah, I think that what we're looking at right now is we are actually in a zoning commission meeting right now.
Oh, okay. Right.
And somebody has come in with a proposal to say, I want to take all land in the state of Texas. If it hasn't already been platted, I want to be able to put 20, 30, 40 houses. It doesn't matter if it's 10,000 square foot lots next door. As long as it hasn't been platted, I want to do this around the whole state. I can't think of a zoning commission meeting where that would actually have any success, Representative Collier.
And so I'm glad you brought up the fact that this is already allowable. Cities can take this and do this now if they so choose, but under this bill, they would be mandated to do this or to accept these proposals. Is that right?
So right now, after the amendment has been stripped out, there is no public input.
But I'm talking about right now, and in current, with even this bill was not here, they already could do this.
There are other zoning classifications that aren't quite as intense as this, that would still allow for more lots than what's the current average in different cities. But to the author's point, San Antonio, Austin, Houston, many cities have already chosen to do this on their own, so they are doing it. It depends on the city. Some cities are pretty strict. As we said, Frisco, it's 7,000 square foot minimum.
But because they know what's best for themselves.
And
but now we're doing a one-size-fits-all.
That's correct, Representative. This is a one-size-fits-all, and the danger here is there's nothing that a zoning commission can do to deny a project. If you build your roads as they should be within your development, it has to be accepted no matter what. And if it's accepted within this bill, it also allows for anyone who's been, if they believe they've been damaged, to sue your city if they feel like they've been denied.
And the other concern that I have is that the talking points have been affordability. And I'm glad you mentioned that there's nothing in this bill that would make homeownership more affordable for anyone. And so my concern is that there is a misrepresentation about the intent and the actual outcome or impact that this bill will have for everyday Texans.
You're absolutely right. The impact here is great. What's happened to established neighborhoods, if something like this happens, it changes that. Established neighborhoods, which might have always had to deal with a road that isn't really adequate for the capacity of people that will be on that road, none of that comes into play now, Representative Collier.
Not even food, restaurants or grocery stores, none of that comes into play.
That is never a consideration for a zoning commission. It's never a consideration for a city council. I mean, bottom line is, without this amendment, we are voting on this concurrence that takes away any potential for public input. I'm not going to take that right away from my district, from my city council. I don't believe that we should be a zoning commission for the state. I'm not going to promote this because of its lack of transparency on a local level. This is not the way we should treat our constituents. This is not the way we should treat our voters. And regardless of whether or not I believe that small homes are good, which I would love to support small homes, but I think that we should do it in an orderly fashion where it benefits all communities and it doesn't take out the people's right to speak up. As someone that served on zoning commission, Representative Collier, the last thing I want is for somebody to get a notification that there's a proposed change. They show up and be told, I'm sorry, there's nothing you can do here.
That's very disappointing.
Yeah, well, I think that we're going to bring a lot of heartache to communities, to families that have planned on living in a single-family neighborhood where their lots and their neighbors' lots are 5,000 to 10,000 square foot, and from one day to the next, because there's a 5-acre little farm that never sold, that's never been platted, they're going to turn around, they're going to look back, and there's going to be 300 little tiny homes. Mm-hmm. So there's no building standards in this bill. There's nothing that says what's going to be required.
The gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes Mr. Tinderholt in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Again, like I said last week, I have a lot of respect for the author of this bill, but my concern is that we're literally taking away the authority of the planning and zoning, of the city councils, of the local elected officials, and we'll see plots of land that are 2,250 square feet, I think. Think about that. That's the size of a lot of people's homes. The land, the property is going to be that small, and we will end up with neighborhoods crammed with hundreds, potentially even thousands of people crammed really close together. And what's that look like in 20 years, 15 years? Crime ridden. Think about cramming that many people together in those small areas. I'm against this bill. I've been against this bill since it came up. I was not even against it once it went up to 3,000 square feet. I think that's the amendment that Romero did. I'll yield for questions.
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Are you aware of any protections in these?
Gentleman yield for questions.
I'm sorry, does the gentleman yield for questions?
He yields for questions.
I do.
I'm used to people telling me no.
We're partnering in an odd partnership right now.
Representative, so do you realize that I've asked questions about affordability, and the chairman knows all about AMI, area median income. The chairman knows that if these are going to be for affordability and purchases of homes, are you aware that there's nothing in this bill that says that these properties should be for sale, for home ownership?
Correct.
So you should understand, the body should understand, we could have hundreds of houses being built as a build-to-rent neighborhood.
Yep, and they're going to be built to rent, and everyone knows that people that live in neighborhoods that own the property are going to take better care of the property. So these neighborhoods are potentially the ones, if they're built to rent. And like you said, I think there's going to be people around the state that decide to do these communities in several communities across the state. So there'll be large companies that build these, potentially rent them, and then those neighborhoods will get run down very quickly and not be safe areas.
Yeah. Representative, I think that your concerns are as mine, and I think that small homes, while they may be more affordable, doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be. If you bought 5 acres just on the east side of Austin, those would not be affordable. The only difference is they would be very intense, and you'd be doing it by right. And do you believe that citizens should have the right to voice their opinion when there's going to be such a drastic change in their community?
I do, and those neighborhood communities and the groups that they put together, I listen to them when they're doing the low-income apartments and housing around our communities. And in this instance, they're not going to be able to do that because it doesn't matter. The city and the zoning won't have anything, they can't say no.
And if people, let's say an example, if they don't like the way a council member is voting, what do? Vote them out.
They do, but in this instance, it doesn't matter because that city council member has no say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Gates to close.
Thank you, members. I just want to make sure you understand this did pass out of the Senate 31-0, and this only affects new land of 5 acres and more. You know, I knew, and I'm sorry that I'm at odds with Representative Romero because we've worked really good on other issues. This is the first time that we really have had been an issue with each other. But in trying to understand what maybe is the concern up in his area of Fort Worth, I pulled some information together. The median lot size in Fort Worth is 7,096 square feet. And Fort Worth right now is ranked as the 10th highest lot size in the country. I looked up in his district and breakdown on the median income. The median income in his area for a white household is $90,000. For Hispanic, it's $64,500, and for black, it's $50,005.
Mr. Speaker?
Jones, for what purpose?
Yes, will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
I'd like to get through this part.
Not at this time.
I looked up in April of 2025 in the Fort Worth area, the median home price was $340,000. Assuming a $15,000 down payment, you would need to obtain a loan through Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac around $325,000. Then basing it on a 7.25% interest rate, 30-year mortgage, and then taking in what is the annual insurance rate in Fort Worth and the annual taxes for Fort Worth, which is based on 2.24%, and assuming a $140,000 homestead exemption, you need a yearly, your principal, interest, tax, and insurance would be $35,000. Now, lenders want 3 times that for your income to qualify for a mortgage, so that you would need $105,000 to be able to buy a home in his area. Now, I looked up, what does the city of Fort Worth pay for a firefighter? They pay $67,000. A police officer makes $76,000. A Fort Worth ISD teacher makes $63,000. His own communications director in his district makes $68,000. The Fort Worth trash collector makes $28,000. Now, how does anyone inside that district be able to afford a home in that district at these costs? The reason the bill only has one car, it assumes, is here's a recent article talking about the Gen Z is less likely to have a driver's license. Many youth are now using Lyft and Uber. Did you know that between the younger members of Generation Z, those born between 1997 and 2012, which would make the oldest one 28 years old, that since 2000, the number of 16-year-olds with driver's license have decreased nearly 27%. In Fort Worth Star-Telegram, just 2 weeks ago, it talked about elementary schools closing in the Fort Worth area because of a declining birth rate. So there is a movement towards smaller homes, and it's justified because people would rather give up a car and other things to be able to afford a home, and incomes have not kept up. And so one of the ways, 25% of a building cost is the land. And the part about the 30 by 75 feet, the bill doesn't allow, it says 3,000. So if you have 30 feet wide, then you would need to be 100 feet deep. It still is 3,000. They're misusing the 20 by 75. Go ahead, I answer some questions.
Mr. Speaker,
Jones, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Yields for questions.
So you just, I guess in response to Rep. Romero's question, you said it's only on new land. So let me be clear. New land is what? Unplatted, no buildings on it? Is that what new land means?
That's correct. And I pulled up a map. You can't see it from here in the Fort Worth area from Interstate 820 that circles the city and Interstate 20. There's actually only, in his district, I could only find 5 plots of land of 5 acres or more because it's so developed that you couldn't even use this inside the city of Fort Worth.
So for example, this isn't going to affect my neighborhood because my neighborhood's already developed. Is that a yes or no, right?
Well, 2 reasons why it doesn't affect you is, one, the city of Houston has a minimum lot size of 1,400 feet, so they're well under. So this bill has no effect on the city of Houston. And correct, if it's already been zoned or if it's already built out or already replatted, then this bill has no effect.
So as cities are growing out, which we have cities going more and more out, from the center of it, then in new places where they hadn't had any development, so if you're a person who bought a house near some fields for whatever reason, the developers can come there without going to the local authorities and build whatever it is they want to build with no consideration for the local people who decided they want to live in the country.
No, if they would have to go through the city public zoning. If it hasn't been zoned, they would have to go through public hearings to zone it for single-family homes in that case, if it's never been zoned, if it's an empty field, or if it's got an ag exemption, then the developer's going to have to go through the zoning process. And understand, it's only if it's in a city. This doesn't apply out in the county.
All right, thank you.
It's called for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
He yields for questions.
I have a question that is of a different nature. On these smaller lots, does that help with infrastructure costs?
Yes, it helps on infrastructure costs because with the smaller homes, and you don't have instead of building twice as many roads, if the lots were twice the size, it reduces the amount of roads you have to build. The water infrastructure, you have a shorter distance to go, and these kind of lots typically have a much smaller yard, so there's a much lower need for water.
Well, let's focus on that because that is a big issue that we have talked about a little bit this session and is coming up, and we're looking into the future with this legislation. tell me how this would affect our need for water.
This would help and address, because the larger lot size do use more water. So by the smaller lot size, then you would have a much less need, the use of water.
Thank you.
I move for adoption.
Question occurs in the adoption of the committee report. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Mr. Romero voting no. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 78 ayes and 57 nays, the conference committee report is adopted. Members, we're still on page 2. The chair lays out the following privilege resolution suspending limitations on the conferees for Senate Bill 568. The clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1501 by Buckley, suspending limitations on conference committee jurisdiction, SB 568.
Chair recognizes Mr. Buckley to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 1501 was necessary to make Senate Bill 568 consistent with House Bill 2, so there's no conflict in statute related to special education funding, and I move adoption of H.R. 1501.
The question occurs in the adoption of the resolution. So a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Bojani voting aye. 123 ayes, 11 nays. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 568.
Chair lays out the conference committee report on Senate Bill 568. Recognizes Mr. Buckley to explain the conference report.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 568 simply makes the language consistent with House Bill 2, again, so that there is no conflict in statute related to special education funding. I move adoption of the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 568.
Question occurs on the adoption of the conference committee report. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 126 ayes and 6 nays. The conference committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Bojani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I call up the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 2900.
Chair lays out the conference committee report on Senate Bill 2900. Recognizes Mr. Bojani to explain the conference committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Conference Committee on SB 2900 added additional checks and balances to the use of funds from the Tobacco Settlement Permanent Trust account. All stakeholders were involved in and agreed to the language. I move adoption on the Conference Committee report.
Question occurs in the adoption of the report. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Mr. Tinderholt voting no. 106 ayes, 29 nays. The conference committee report is adopted. Chair lays out the following privilege resolution suspending limitations on the conferees for House Bill 3642. Clerk, read the resolution.
H.R. 1496 by Hefner, suspending limitations on conference committee jurisdiction, HB 3642.
Mr. Hefner to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The text is omitted as no longer necessary because another bill, Senate Bill 2790 of the 89th Legislature, regular session 2025, governing the same substance, has passed both houses.
Question occurs the adoption of the resolution. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 133 ayes, 0 nays. The privilege resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the Conference Committee report on House Bill 3642.
Chair lays out Conference Committee report on House Bill 3642. Recognize Mr. Hefner to explain that report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill that we carried so that people, kind of an omnibus bill for road names and such, and the Senate had removed a couple of these, and we put them back in, and that's what we're adopting here. So move passage.
Question occurs in the adoption of the report. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 135 ayes, 0 nays. The Conference Committee report is adopted. Members, we're moving to page 3. Chair recognizes Ms. Hickland.
Mr. Speaker, members, I call up the Conference Committee report on House Bill 3909.
Chair lays out the Conference Committee report on House Bill 3909. Recognize Ms. Hickland to explain that report.
The intent of this bill is to provide clear guidance to both voters and election judges regarding the use of cell phones while waiting in line to vote. Unfortunately, the Senate added language that contradicted the bill's original purpose. In fact, it had the opposite effect of what we intended. The Conference Committee report restores the bill to the version that was originally passed by the House. I move to adopt the Conference Committee report.
Question occurs on adoption of the Conference Committee report. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 127 ayes and 9 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 268.
Chair lays out the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 268. Recognize Ms. Howard to explain that report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill passed the House 1 minute before our deadline with an amendment that ended up weakening the intention and purpose of the bill. After speaking with our Senate counterparts, we have returned the language to the version the Senate unanimously sent over, and it protected a provision that requires complaints alleging serious bodily injury or death to be referred to law enforcement. This bill is about ensuring that licensed healthcare professionals who are accused of practicing outside of the scope of their license are investigated and reprimanded by their specific licensing board, which is the only agency with the jurisdiction to discipline, suspend licenses, and revoke licenses, and can do so promptly, ensuring patient safety. This changes nothing about what the Texas Medical Board can do to pursue investigations of those who are practicing medicine without a license and who are unlicensed. There's a reason we've established separate licensing boards for different healthcare practitioners rather than having one board oversee every practitioner. These boards include those with experience and expertise in their respective fields. They have the best understanding of their profession's scope of practice as they actually write the rules and regulations and enforce the practice acts and ensure licensees are competent to practice safely. And they have a range of disciplinary tools to ensure that the individual is either prohibited from practicing again or is required to take remedial action before their privileges to practice are restored. So I just would like to be clear here that this bill is about licensed healthcare professionals being held accountable by their own licensing board. This bill is not about completely unlicensed Texans impersonating doctors. There is and will continue to be a process to hold people accountable for the unlicensed practice of medicine. The medical board will still be able to go after someone who does not hold any sort of healthcare license and is impersonating a doctor. This bill is about making it clear that only the Board of Nursing is allowed to regulate nursing, the Board of Chiropractic Examiners and oversees chiropractors, and so on and so on. The bottom line is that this bill provides an efficient and timely action that ensures patient safety, and I move adoption.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Isaac, for what purpose?
does the gentlelady yield for questions?
I do.
The gentlelady yields for questions.
Representative Howard, how often does this happen where a healthcare license board investigates a provider licensed by another board?
It does happen, and I can't tell you exactly how often, but the bottom line is that we have several examples of, in this case, primarily the medical board, having a complaint come to them about someone who did something inappropriately, caused a problem, and the medical board has taken it upon themselves, if this is not a physician, to still go ahead and issue a cease and desist and enter a legal process that can take months and months, over a year even, with large amounts of legal fees, and yet the medical board has no authority to do anything about this person. They have no authority to discipline, to suspend a license, to revoke a license, to do anything. Only the board that actually licenses a body, a particular licensee, has that authority. So we don't know how often it happens. I have some data about some complaints that have been filed over the years to give you some numbers, but it does happen, yes.
So I want to make sure I understand.
Okay.
Can the Texas Medical Board revoke a nurse's license?
No, they cannot. Only the Texas Board of Nursing has the authority to do that.
Can they suspend a nurse's license?
No, they cannot.
Okay. Can the Texas Medical Board require a nurse to take additional continuing education?
No, they cannot.
Can they restrict a nurse's area of practice?
No, they cannot.
Can the Texas Medical Board impose additional supervision requirements on a nurse's practice?
They cannot. They have no authority to do any of these things.
So if a nurse were violating the law and endangering the public, you're telling me that the nursing board is actually the only agency that could revoke a nurse's license and do these other things?
That's correct. And that's why it's so important that we get these complaints to the correct licensing body so that immediate action can be taken. And if indeed this person is found to be of concern in terms of a danger to the community, to patients, that they can be taken out of practice, have their licenses revoked, whatever needs to be done to ensure the safety of patients.
So why would we want the TMB handling this investigation instead of nursing?
Well, actually, what we're suggesting is that that's not the appropriate body. That's duplicative for one thing, if indeed both the nursing board and the medical board are conducting investigations. The medical board, though, again, has no authority to do anything but issue a cease and desist letter. They cannot do anything to ensure the safety of patients by revoking licenses, by disciplinary actions of any kind. So if we want to be non-duplicative, if we want to be making sure that we're not wasting taxpayer dollars, if we want to make sure that, that the appropriate licensing body can take timely action, then it needs to go to the board that actually licenses that particular licensee.
Okay, so if someone is unlicensed, I mean, if the person is not a nurse or a dentist or a chiropractor, does this bill prevent TMB from investigating complaints involving those people?
Absolutely not. Okay. That is a different case. We're only talking about health professionals who are licensed. Otherwise, absolutely, the medical board can go after anyone who's not licensed and is holding themselves out to be practicing physicians.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, does gentlelady yield?
Mr. Frank, for what purpose?
Does gentlelady
Yes,
yield?
I do.
Gentlelady yields.
There's been an assertion made that somehow the Texas Medical Board cannot do a cease and desist. I don't read that in the bill. I'm not sure where they're getting it. So it would seem to me, while I totally agree with the purpose of your bill because it gets it to the appropriate person that can take action, the nursing board, I don't see anything in the bill that says they cannot create a cease and desist letter. Do you?
There is nothing in the bill that says that. In fact, that is the one action that they can take. I would suggest, though, that the intent of this legislation is to say let's not have duplicative investigations going on.
Absolutely. And it does say that you can't take action unless you have actually sent it to the nursing board. So you can't sit there and be doing an investigation on someone that you're not licensing.
Correct.
So you're holding information and then not sending it to the person's actual licensing agency. So I'm not sure why an organization would want to do that. Are you?
I do not understand either. This legislation requires prompt reporting to the appropriate licensing board. Right now, there is in statute, they are to be referring to the appropriate board. My understanding from talking to those that are with the Board of Nursing in particular, that does not always occur, and that was verified with the medical board.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay. I move, is it adoption? Adoption.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to speak against the conference committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really hate to have to do this. Representative Howard and I worked together. This was the bill that came up a few minutes before midnight, but we had talked about language on this bill for the better part of the day before. And so it wasn't sort of a last minute thing, wasn't something that just sort of got surprised or anybody knew this wasn't going to happen. It was planned out. It was a bill that when it was on the calendar initially, it was not agreed to. And there were stakeholders on both sides. Then some were for and some were against. And rather than, try to kill the bill, I decided to try to make it better and try to get to everybody to neutral. And we were able to do that with the amendment. And I was hopeful that that amendment would survive. However, the Senate stripped it off. And so let me tell you what this bill really is about, because this isn't the first time this bill has been filed. This has come up repeatedly. What this bill does is it essentially creates a two-tiered system moving forward for dealing with complaints involving somebody practicing healthcare in some form or fashion without a license. Under current statute, it doesn't matter if and I should say, the list of professions that are impacted by this bill goes way beyond the medical board. Everyone talks about the medical board because that's sort of, I guess maybe that's everybody's favorite target, but the reality is this bill affects audiologists, speech pathologists, physical therapists, occupational therapists, nurses, chiropractors, acupuncturists, physicians, dentists, optometrists, orthotists, medical radiology technicians, respiratory therapists, medical physicists, and even perfusionists. So it impacts a lot of health professions. And if you go to Chapter 112, which is what this is dealing with, you'll see, in fact, that's the case. And
Mr.
And
Speaker?
so currently, Ms. Howard, for what
Would
purpose?
the gentleman yield?
When I'm done, I will.
Not at this time.
So currently, what happens is if somebody's practicing dentistry and they're not a dentist, the dental board has the ability to issue what's called a cease and desist letter. Now, I would respectfully disagree with my colleague earlier in that there are many healthcare boards that have authority to take disciplinary action, which is the exact term that's referenced in this bill. But cease and desist is classified as a type of disciplinary action. So it actually doesn't say that, but it does say that. And if you went back and you asked any of the people that sit on these boards, they would tell you that cease and desist letters and cease and desist orders and administrative hearings are all considered disciplinary action. And so that's what this essentially takes away. So normally what happens under this scenario is somebody's practicing dentistry and they're not a dentist, and the dental board receives a complaint. And the dental board investigates and they find out, yep, that's not a licensee of ours, so they issue a letter and they say, stop practicing dentistry, you're not a licensed dentist. If that goes unanswered, they have an administrative hearing and they can issue what's called a cease and desist order. A cease and desist order carries with it the ability to levy administrative penalties and further action if they violate the order. And all of that is currently permissible under state law for all of these boards as they're dealing with their own scope of practice. What this bill would do is it would change that so that in the event the person was totally unlicensed, in other words, somebody just walked in off the street and said, I'm a dentist, the dental board could still take the same action I just described. But if the person did physical therapy for a living, now the dental board actually has its hands tied, and instead of taking any action, the only action that they can actually take is that they have to call the board of physical therapy, and the physical therapy board has to do all of the interventions on their behalf. They have to issue the cease and desist letter. They would have to issue the cease and desist order. They would ultimately have to be the ones. And look, I agree with the disciplining of people's licenses. If you're not that license granting entity, then taking action against a person's license seems silly. But everything that I've described to you already up until that point is currently permissible under state law. And so the bottom line is that what this bill essentially does is it creates a scenario where my house is on fire, but instead of me calling the fire department, I have to call next door and get my neighbor to call the fire department for me and hope that they do it. Now, I think in some circumstances that's likely to happen, and I hope we all have good neighbors and that would probably do that. But it is an unnecessary burden and an unnecessary hurdle to put in front of somebody who's just trying to get the fire department to come there. And likewise, I don't see how it would be beneficial to any health profession board to have to look to another board to get somebody to stop doing something which is clearly outside their scope of practice. So that's essentially what the bill does. I'm sorry that, we did work in good faith to try to fix it on the House side. The Senate didn't see it that way. But members, this is a scope of practice bill. It clearly is. It is cleverly disguised, but it is clearly designed to create
Mr. Speaker.
conflicts between
Ms. Howard,
the
for what
boards
purpose?
Would the gentleman
and to
yield?
take away the board's ability.
Does the gentleman yield
Just
for-
a minute.
Not at
Take
this
away
time.
a board's ability to enforce its own scope of practice over folks who are not licensed to do what it is. And so the last thing I'll say is that, I'm sure people may have a variety of feelings and opinions about the medical board, and this really beside the point. The point is that this captures a whole laundry list of healthcare professions and puts them in a situation where they no longer have any authority to regulate people practicing in their scope of practice, and now they have to go out, they have to get somebody outside of that to actually do anything. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Ms. Howard, for what purpose?
To ask the gentleman some questions.
The
Yes,
gentleman
I would
yields for
happily
questions.
answer some questions.
Thank you. I just first want to clear up the fact that you indicated that we worked together for the good part of a day on this, and I don't recall that happening. So would you tell me when that
Well,
happened?
I'm sorry that you don't recall that I gave you a copy of an amendment and gave you quite some time to look at it. I think it was literally all day before I came back
Okay.
and asked you what you thought of it, if you were willing to take it or not willing to take it.
And
you
I
said
said-
you were, and as I recall, we
I don't
shook hands
recall
on
that.
it.
I don't recall that,
You do
Representative
recall we
Oliverson.
shook hands on it,
No,
though.
I do not, but that's okay.
Okay,
You and I
well-
can have different memories about what happened. But let me just also ask you, in what way do you believe this is a scope of practice bill?
Because this bill essentially impairs a health profession board from being able to regulate its own practice and acts committed by people outside of their own licensees. They now have to go to a different organization and get them to do it for them. And that is not, and as you said, that is clearly not what happens in the case of somebody who's not licensed at all. And so what I don't understand is why we need a two-tiered system, which is what this bill clearly
Actually, we're
creates.
asking, I will say that we're actually looking at a one-tiered system here, which is where, would you not agree that a licensing board has the actual expertise to license the people they license? They set the rules, they provide the regulations. They're the ones that are totally responsible for the safe and competent practice of that particular form of healthcare provision.
I do agree with you, but I also would submit to you that we're not talking about their scope of practice.
Indeed,
we're talking
we are.
about one of their licensees practicing in somebody else's sandbox.
And that is exactly
And
what
that is
sco-
not something that they have
Excuse me.
expertise over.
Excuse me, but that is exactly what SCOPE is about. SCOPE is about, as a nurse, staying within the scope of what the Nurse Practice Act says is able to be practiced, and the Board of Nursing is the one that governs that and ensures that that's the case. So it is exactly the appropriate body to have the knowledge and expertise to know if a person is practicing within or has veered outside of that scope of practice that they actually regulate.
So
is that not the case?
You're saying then that it's the nursing board's responsibility to decide whether something that the dental practice board decides is the practice of dentistry is actually the practice of dentistry, or whether today it happens to be the practice of nursing.
Actually,
that is the scope of practice issue.
What I am saying is that the nursing board for nurses, the chiropractic board for chiropractors, whichever particular entity it is, indeed does have the knowledge and expertise to know if someone has ventured out of the scope of what they are licensed to provide.
And I would submit to you that I think that the board that is charged with supervising that, let's just call it backyard.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I would urge you to vote no.
Chair recognizes Mr. Frank to speak for the conference committee report.
Mr. Speaker, members, I'm not a doctor or a nurse, but I can read a bill. This is a good bill, and I believe it is good for patient safety in the state. It literally gets any disciplinary issues in the hands of the organization that oversees that particular profession as fast as you can. That's the first thing. It is a good bill, I believe. Second, it does not do what opponents say. It is a little frustrating that 2 days before, after this bill has been all the way through the Senate, 31-0, it's been through our committee here, we heard some pushback, but none of this. Then all of a sudden we find out this removes TMA's ability to cease and desist. It does not, in my opinion. And if you don't want my opinion, read the bill. It says a licensing entity like the medical board may not take disciplinary action based on a complaint against a healthcare practitioner who holds a license issued by a different licensing entity unless, and it basically says, unless they let that licensing entity know. TMB can send a cease and desist, but here's the thing with the cease and desist letter, if you don't govern that person, it really is just a letter saying we don't like what you're doing because they don't license them. They don't license them. Last thing I would say in this body, and I think this is very important, let's not reward false claims. This went through the Senate 31-0, including the doctors over there as well. Just because at the last minute we're saying it does something it doesn't, we should not reward this in the body. I would urge you to vote to concur with this.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I realize this has got a lot of nuances to it, but I want to assure everyone that what we're trying to do here is to make sure that Texans are safe, that patients are safe, and that it's done in the most timely and efficient way by those who actually have the responsibility for each individual type of health provider license. That's all that this does. And I would move to, is it concur? Is that the right word now?
Adoption.
Adoption, okay, move adoption. Thank you.
Representative Howard moves that the House adopt the conference committee report on SB 268. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Howard voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Mr. King voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 79 ayes and 46 nays, the conference committee report is adopted.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. HCR 157, Hunter, sponsor Colkhorst, designating Rockport as the official redfish capital of Texas for a 10-year period ending in 2035. SCR 56, Perry, instructing the enrolling clerk of the House of Representatives to make corrections in HB 46. The Senate has adopted the following conference committee, HB 46, 31 ayes, 0 nays. SB 1610, 30 yeas, 1 nay. Respectfully, Patsy Sposs, Secretary of the Senate.
Thank you, Messenger. The chair recognizes Representative Shaheen.
Mr. Speaker, I call up Conference Committee report on House Bill 493.
The chair lays out the conference committee report on House Bill 493 and recognizes Mr. Shaheen to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Conference Committee restored HB 493 to the language that was passed out of the House. I move adoption of the Conference Committee report.
Mr. Shaheen moves that the House adopt the conference committee report on HB 493. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Shaheen voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Mr. King voting aye. Have all voted? There being 90 ayes and 44 nays, the conference committee report is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 2217.
The chair lays out the conference committee report on Senate Bill 2217 and recognizes Mr. Shaheen to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Conference Committee report on SB 2217 removes Section 4 of the bill. This was relating to the reconciliation when processing results during early voting. I move adoption of the Conference Committee report.
Mr. Shaheen moves that the House adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 2217. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Shaheen voting aye. Show Mr. King voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 130 ayes and 7 nays, the conference committee report is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I call up the conference committee report for House Bill 2516.
The chair lays out the conference committee report on House Bill 2516 and recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, believe it or not, this is my last bill of the session. Yeah. Yeah. But more importantly, this is probably my most consequential bill of the session. Members, with the passage of this bill, thousands of Texans under the age of 65 who are suffering from ALS or Lou Gehrig's disease and or end-stage renal disease will now be able to live their final years with dignity. This CCR just adds ESRD back in. I can't thank Chairman Jay Dean and my buddy Trey Wharton enough. In my 12 terms in this chamber, I've never witnessed joint authors work so hard on a bill. Members, there's only one step left. I move that we adopt the Conference Committee report in House Bill 2516, the Chris Larkin Act.
Mr. Guillen moves that the House adopt the conference committee report on HB 2516. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guillen voting aye. Show Mr. Wharton voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 132 ayes and 5 nays, the conference committee report is adopted. The chair lays out the following privileged resolution suspending limitations on the conferees for Senate Bill 650. The clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1499 by Bowers, suspending limitations on conference committee jurisdiction on Senate Bill 650.
The chair recognizes Ms. Bowers to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 650. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This out-of-bounds resolution for the Conference Committee report to Senate Bill 650. This is the bill that requires the swipe of a driver's license or identification for the retail sale of alcohol. Members, the Senate was very clear they did not want package stores to have an exemption under this bill. The House put package stores back into the bill, and as a result, we've decided to make sure that we protect small businesses, restaurants, distilleries, and wineries, and sports stadiums, and they carefully are noted in the exceptions in the bill, and we were fine with these. I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 86 ayes and 48 nays, H.R. 1499 is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Bowers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The Conference Committee report does exactly what I laid out in the resolution. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I call up the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 650.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 650 and recognizes Ms. Bowers to explain the report.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conference Committee report does exactly what I laid out in the resolution. Removed the package stores, restaurants, distilleries, wineries, and sports stadiums have carefully noted exceptions in this bill. Again, we were fine with those, and they are the necessary protections to protect small business in several cases. For the Deshaun Jagwan Act, I move adoption of the Conference Committee report to Senate Bill 650.
Representative Bowers moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 650. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all voted? There being 82 ayes and 57 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I call up the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2963.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on HB 2963 and recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House Bill 2963 Conference Committee report made the following change. We removed the requirements for original equipment manufacturers to enable parts pairing for third-party parts for devices. I move adoption of the Conference Committee report.
Mr. Capriglione moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on HB 2963. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all voted? There being 132 ayes and 6 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Cook.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to call up the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1610.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on SB 1610 and recognizes Mr. Cook to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Senate stripped the amendment that we placed into Senate Bill 1610, but this amendment, in my opinion, that was removed is consistent with House Bill 3073 that was passed out of the House, 129 ayes and 4 noes, and therefore I move adoption.
Mr. Cook moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on SB 1610. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Cook voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all voted? There being 121 ayes and 16 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. The chair lays out the following privileged resolution suspending limitations on the conferees for House Bill 705. The clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1519 by Wilson, suspending limitations on conference committee jurisdiction for HB 705.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. There is an outside the bounds resolution for House Bill 705, the Department of Defense sponsored cosmetology compact, which has been printed and placed on your desk. Senator Zaffarini and I both agreed to go to conference in order to make changes requested by the governor's office to ensure the language complied with Article 4, Section 10 of the Texas Constitution. I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 96 ayes and 36 nays, H.R. 1519 is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the Conference Committee report on House Bill 705.
The chair lays out the conference committee report on HB 705 and recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain the report.
Thank you. As I said before, this conference committee report reflects changes recommended by the governor's office to ensure that it complies with Article 4, Section 10 of the Texas Constitution in order for us to maintain our sovereignty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move adoption.
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
The gentleman yields for questions.
From what you were originally trying to do in the conference committee, what are we doing with our cosmetologists?
I'm sorry, are you talking about what we did with this conference committee report in of itself or the bill itself?
Both.
The bill remains the same as we passed out in gross from the
And that
House.
was to look at their licenses?
Yes, matter of fact, what it does is essentially places a compact so that, let's face it, our young soldiers, airmen, Marines, and sailors, they don't get paid much. And so a lot of them depend on their spouse being able to earn a living as well. So what it does is it makes it easy for them to go from one major installation to another major installation in that state and be able to have their license recognized immediately so that they can start earning money immediately.
And then the concurrence does what? Same thing?
No, absolutely. It does that, but what it did is it made sure that the state of Texas maintains its sovereignty. It allows for the governor to be able to pull us out of this compact if he needs to.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And I move adoption.
Mr. Wilson moves that the House adopt the conference committee report on HB 705. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wilson voting aye. Show Mr. Romero voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 127 ayes and 10 nays, the conference committee report is adopted. Members, the next item is Senate Bill 1540 on page 3. However, it is not eligible until 6:10 p.m. this evening. Is there any objection to taking up SB 1540 at this time? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I call up the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1540.
The chair lays out the conference committee report on Senate Bill 1540 and recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the report.
Mr. Speaker, we sent over an amendment that expanded these privacy protections to 3 classes of officials. We decided that it would just be the chairs of the state parties that receive these. I move adoption of the conference committee report.
Mr. Capriglione moves that the House adopt the conference committee report on SB 1540. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 128 ayes and 9 nays, the conference committee report is adopted. Members, the next item is HB 40 at the top of page 4. However, it is not eligible until 6:20 p.m. this evening. Is there objection to taking up HB 40 at this time? Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out the following privileged resolution suspending limitations on the conferees for HB 40. The clerk will read the resolution.
HR 1514 by Landgraf, suspending limitations on conference committee jurisdiction, HB 40.
The chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I do this on behalf of Chairman Landgraf. The conference committee felt it was necessary to go out of bounds to add back a section to HB 40 that was originally in the bill when it was voted out of the Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence Committee, but which was later removed by a floor amendment. The section we're looking to reinsert simply allows cases that are started before the business court began its operations to be transferred to the court on agreement of all parties in the court itself. I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Meyer voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all voted? There being 108 ayes and 24 nays, H.R. 1514 is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the conference committee report for House Bill 40.
The chair lays out the conference committee report on HB 40 and recognizes Mr. Meyer to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the conference committee added back a provision which was previously removed from HB 40 on the House floor. This provision allows actions that began before September 1, 2024 to be transferred to the business court so long as all parties agree and the business court approves. This change simply ensures that when everyone agrees that a case that started before the business court was operational belongs there, it can be heard there.
I move adoption.
Mr. Meyer moves that the House adopt the conference committee report on HB 40. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Meyer voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 95 ayes and 39 nays, the conference committee report is adopted. Members, the next item is SB 2753 on page 4 of your packet. However, it is not eligible until 7 o'clock p.m. this evening. Is there any objection to taking up SB 2753 at this time? Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Ms. Isaac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the conference committee report on Senate Bill 2753.
The chair lays out the conference committee report on Senate Bill 2753 and recognizes Representative Isaac to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that removes the 3 days between early voting and Election Day. Senator Hall, Chairman Shaheen, Vice Chair Busey, and the Senate conferees and I worked very closely to develop a thoughtful implementation timing and processes for this legislation. Importantly, the changes in this report requires that the Secretary of State to publish a report affirming that she has consulted with county election officials and is confident that counties are fully prepared to implement these changes. I understand that some of you have heard concerns from your local election administrators about readiness, and I take those concerns very seriously. I spoke with Senator Nelson last night, and she reassured me that she said this legislation is going to be implemented right, and that it will not be implemented until every county is ready. And she said, you can say that twice. Not until every county is ready. She also made it clear that she is no stranger to political pressure and that she is committed to doing what is right for our elections.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Morales-Shaw, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for a couple of clarifying questions?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
I do.
The gentlelady yields for questions.
Rep. Isaac, thank you for your work on this, and I've enjoyed working with you in elections. It's my first time doing that. I just wanted to be clear for the body because this is impacting elections, and this bill has kind of fluctuated back and forth from, at one point, it was even just a study, which, you know, none of us are opposed to studies, generally speaking, but now it's no longer a study, is my understanding. and it will go into effect September 1st of this year. And at first, that did concern me, but then I realized that the Secretary of State has discretion, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's my understanding that this bill gives the Secretary of State discretion to work with each and every county in order to come up with a feasible plan to make sure that this big implementation goes smoothly. And is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. And she confirmed that again last night on the phone with me and said that she will not move forward. She has to do a report. She will not move forward unless every county is prepared.
That's very reassuring, because this is especially concerning for the larger counties. And as you know, I represent Harris County, and our election administrator is A+. She's super. She's incredible. You heard a lot about her at the hearings from Ed Thompson and others. But there is a very real concern that such a major change would be very impactful, and she does want to make sure as well, I'm sure as other counties want to make sure, that there's not a fiasco come when this is finally implemented. And just to be clear, this has to be implemented by 2027, correct? But it does not have to be implemented in 2025.
That is correct.
Okay.
And Secretary Nelson reiterated with me on the phone over and over how she is very aware of the larger counties and how this will affect larger counties.
We're happy that we're getting an extra weekend to vote. That's a good thing. Nobody's complaining about that. It's just that, in early voting, like for example in Harris County, we can go from 60 voting locations to 600. It's a huge jump, and that's a matter of finding that many more election workers and judges and all of those things. So I'm very happy to hear her commitment to that. One last thing I want to point out.
Can I address that real quick?
Yeah, absolutely.
This legislation also allows you to consolidate polling locations up to 10,000 voters. So in some areas, they will be able to get rid of some of the polling locations.
That's not a mandate, right?
That's not a mandate.
Okay. That's good to know. The only other point I wanted to make the body aware of, because they probably want to make their communities and constituents aware of, is that when early voting and regular voting are combined, meaning it's just one continuous voting period, there will be no early voting results like we're all used to having decades and decades, right? But that's an intended consequence, I'm assuming.
That's correct, and that also helps with ballot privacy.
Okay. Very good. That's all I needed to clarify.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Jones, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for questions?
I do.
The gentlelady yields for questions.
So I'm extremely happy that you said that she will not do anything until all the counties are ready.
That is correct.
But I just wanted to make sure that you know that most of the counties have already had they've already passed their budgets. And at least in Harris County, there's a concern that to implement this, it's going to cost a lot of money. And there will be no money to implement it in the, November 2025 elections. Accurate? That it's not.
So I also spoke with the Secretary of State's Director of Elections last night, and she shared that she believes this legislation will help reduce the number of polling locations and allow for more efficient consolidation, and therefore ease the burden on recruiting and staffing requirements.
So what I will say, at least in Harris County, there are a lot of people who are transportation challenged. And so we have over 1,100 precincts so that people can vote near where they live. So cutting back on those numbers, I will tell you, may cause access to the ballot box difficult for some people. So that's why we have the number that we have.
Okay, well, it's not a requirement.
Oh, okay. Let me just make sure I get these in there. And there was, an amendment that said that it for sure wouldn't be implemented until 2027, but that was taken out in the Senate. Is that accurate?
That's correct, and that's why we came up with you want me to read it to you?
Yes, please.
Okay. As soon as practicable after the effective date of this act, but no later than August 1st, 2027, the Secretary of State shall adopt rules and procedures required for the implementation of this act and publish a report in the Texas Register stating that the Secretary has consulted with county election officials in this state, is confident that the counties in this state are prepared to implement provisions of this act.
So does that,
So she will not implement this act before every county is prepared.
I'm going to take your word for that.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And okay, I'm sorry. And one other thing, because this is new and there's no runway, and we have some elections coming up in November, and obviously probably a big election in 2026, the county clerks want to make sure that that we know that they don't have any concerns about it being implemented in 2027, but they don't want to have epic fails just because they're not they haven't had a chance to work everything out.
No,
So-
I take that seriously. I understand. 21 other states have done this. And I was going to say something else until she said. But there is a 2-year runway. Oh, I know what I was going to say. I'm
The
sorry.
runway,
The,
okay.
the first election that this would apply to likely would be a constitutional election. So it would be like a trial run.
And when would this
And that
be?
would be August 1st, 2027.
Thank you so much. You answered all of my questions.
Okay, thank you. I move adoption.
Question. Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Patterson, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for questions?
I guess.
The gentlelady yields for
just
questions.
so that I'm not mistaken, so we will no longer be able to get the early voting results at 7 p.m. and then have the trickle of the election day results later in the evening. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, why are we doing that?
So right now, there's a concern with ballot privacy. My son's ballot was compromised. If we report all of them together in one voting period, that does away with that issue.
So you're saying that if only a few people vote in a precinct, I seem to remember a certain former party chair's ballot being exposed online, that
Yes.
and so what you're saying is that it's less likely for that to happen.
Right, because it's all going to be reported together.
Okay, so the results that we'll see will be 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night, maybe later, instead of getting a portion of the results at 7 and then the results later. Is that-
That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
I move adoption.
Ms. Isaac moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on SB 2753. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Isaac voting aye. Show Mr. Busey voting aye. Show Ms. Plisa voting aye. Show Mr. Shaheen voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 84 ayes and 45 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Ward Johnson, for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
I move that the dialogue on SB 2753 be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Busey, for what purpose?
Request to reduce to writing and place in the journal all comments on SB 268.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Thank you.
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask that all the remarks, including those wonderful speeches on House Bill 5246, be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Members, we're going back to the bottom of page 3. Chair lays out the following privilege resolution suspending limitations for conferees on Senate Bill 2972. Clerk, read the resolution.
H.R. 1515 by Leach, suspending limitations on conference committee jurisdiction, SB 2972.
Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to adopt House Resolution 1515. This is the outside the bounds resolution for Senate Bill 2792 relating to expressive activities at public institutions of higher education. Members, the conference committee report requires a few non-substantive terms that were not in the House or the Senate versions of the bill. And with that, I move adoption of House Resolution 1515.
Question occurs in the adoption of the resolution. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Turner voting aye. Have all members voted? 109 ayes, 27 nays. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to call up the conference committee report for Senate Bill 2972.
Chair lays out the conference committee report on Senate Bill 2972. Recognize Mr. Leach to explain that report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I appreciate the conferees on both the House and the Senate side working with us to perfect this bill relating to expressive activities at our institutions. I believe we've made the bill stronger, and with that, I move final passage of the conference committee report on Senate Bill 2972.
Chair recognizes Mr. Turner in favor of the conference committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to take just a minute to talk about this conference committee report. This was a bill as it came to the floor on deadline day, was a bill I was prepared to vote against and work against. Chairman Leach asked me to work on the bill and worked in good faith to address, I think, a lot of the major concerns that I had, and I think a lot of members had with the bill as it relates to free speech and free expression on our college campuses and university campuses in the state of Texas. Specifically, the amendment that I added on Tuesday night remains intact in this conference committee report, and I just want to run through what those significant changes are. This preserves the longstanding language and statute related to university can only regulate free speech with respect to reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions. That's consistent with best practices related to the First Amendment. It also requires the universities to provide for ample alternative means of expression, which was a key thing we wanted to see keep in the bill. We broadened it out to include the university community rather than just students or employees of the institution. The amplified sound issue is preserved with some specific exceptions. We also changed the requirement that a student has to present an ID to a peace officer, simply to an institution official. And lastly, added language stating that this bill in statute in no way can conflict with the First Amendment, the Constitution, or the Texas Constitution's protections of free speech. So I think what the result is a reasonable bill that gives our colleges and universities a couple of additional tools to help them safely manage their campuses while preserving the First Amendment rights of our students, faculty members, and anyone else on a college campus or university campus. So I hope you will join me in voting for this conference committee report.
Mr. Leach to close.
Thank you, Representative Turner, and to our conferees, Chairman Wilson, Representative Lambert, Representative Hinojosa. Appreciate your work on this bill. I think this is a good, necessary bill, and with that, I move final passage of the conference committee report on Senate Bill 2972.
Question occurs on adoption of the conference committee report. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Turner voting aye. Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? 97 ayes, 39 nays. The conference committee report is adopted. Members, we're moving on to calendar 2. The next item is not eligible till 7:50 p.m. Is there any objection to taking up early? Chair hears none. Recognize Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up conference committee report on Senate Bill 1660.
Chair lays out the conference committee report on Senate Bill 1660. Recognizes Mr. Cook to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1660 establishes clear procedures for notifying prosecutors about toxicological evidence storage and permits its destruction after specific retention periods are met. The Conference Committee report reverts the changes made in the House, restoring the Senate version of Senate Bill 1660, and I move adoption.
Question occurs on adoption of the Conference Committee report. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 109 ayes, 25 nays. The Conference Committee report is adopted. Members, the next item eligible is House Bill 1545. It's not eligible till 9:20 p.m. Is there any objection to taking it up early? Chair hears none. Recognize Mr. Bell of Kaufman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the Conference Committee report for House Bill 1545.
Chair lays out the Conference Committee report on House Bill 1545. Recognize Mr. Bell to explain the Conference Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Conference Committee report reflects the updated agreement of agencies to be reviewed in the upcoming sunset review cycle, keeping in mind the balance necessary for sunset staff, resources, and workload. Agreed to revisions move the Texas Pharmaceutical Initiative, a multi-state compact from the upcoming review cycle, adds a limited scope review of the Texas Funeral Services Commission, and moves the State Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners to 2033 and the Lower Colorado River Authority to 2035. The final schedule for the upcoming 2027 biennium includes full reviews of the Health and Human Services Commission, the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services, the Department of State Health Services, and all subsidiary agencies that fall under these agencies. House Bill 1545 moves the Credit Union Department, the Credit Union Commission, the State Office of Administrative Hearings, and the Texas Juvenile Justice Department to the 2031 cycle, moves the State Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners to 2033, and the Lower Colorado River Authority to 2035. I move that the House adopt the Conference Committee report.
Question occurs on the adoption of the Conference Committee report. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. King voting aye. Have all members voted? 122 ayes and 13 nays. The Conference Committee report is adopted. Members, the next... Members, the next bill we're going to take up is House Bill 46. It's not eligible until 11:30 p.m. tonight. Is there any objection to taking it up early? Chair hears none. The chair lays out the following privilege resolution suspending limitations on the conferees for House Bill 46. The clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1523 by King, suspending limitations on Conference Committee jurisdiction, HB 46.
Chair recognizes Mr. King to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is out-of-bounds resolution allowing us to adopt language that was not in either version of the bill. The Conference Committee decided that the expansion of T-cup should allow a doctor to prescribe more than one package in a 90-day period, allowing the patient to receive the amount of THC that the physician determines is best for the treatment. Because this was not considered in either version, we must suspend limitations of the Conference Committee and go outside the bounds. I move adoption of the resolution.
Question.
Speaker.
Mr. Tindall, for what
Will
purpose?
the gentleman yield for a couple of questions?
Gentleman yields for questions. This is on the privilege resolution.
Disregard.
You want to?
I'll ask you on the next one.
Okay.
Question occurs on the adoption of the privilege resolution. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. King voting aye. Mr. Tinderholt voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 128 ayes and 12 nays. The privilege resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up Conference Committee report on HB 46.
Chair lays out the conference committee report on House Bill 46. Recognizes Mr. King to explain that report.
Mr. Speaker,
Tinderholt, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for just a couple questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
I'd be glad to yield. I may be able to answer them in my layout, but if you
Go
want
ahead.
to talk now, we'll do it now.
Nope, I'll catch you at the end.
Okay.
Not at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Conference Committee report is substantially similar to how House Bill 46 left this House. We're going to expand Teacup to 15 licenses, allowing overnight storage, allow satellite locations without the need for additional license. The Senate had defined chronic pain as a pain that continues for more than 90 days after a prescription of an opioid. This was not acceptable. So the Conference Committee agreed that to define chronic pain as persistent severe pain that lasts more than 90 days for which THC is a viable method of treatment. The Conference Committee did decide to add back the traumatic brain injuries and Crohn's disease to conditions that will qualify. You will notice that Crohn's disease is absent, but that was a drafting area, and we're working on a technical correction to make that right. While we were not able to find agreement on degenerative disc disease, glaucoma, spinal neuropathy, and veterans, we believe with the new definitions of chronic pain, most of these patients will be covered. We did keep the Senate language that would change the dosage cap to 10 milligrams per product and 1 gram per container, but we did allow for multiple containers as not to limit the doctor's ability to prescribe. Finally, the House had a provision that would allow doctors to petition DSHS to add new conditions to the program through rule. However, the Senate removed this provision entirely. The Conference Committee determined that doctors should be able to petition DSHS for additional conditions. However, DSHS will then make a report to the legislature for addition of conditions to be done through the legislation, and I move adoption.
Mr. Speaker.
Tinderholt, for what purpose?
Gentleman yield for a question.
Gentleman yield for questions.
I'll yield.
Yields for questions.
So we've gotten a lot of pushback. Everybody has gotten a lot of emails, and I want to make sure that the body understands. We actually got a little more than what we thought we'd get out of that conference committee. And veterans are covered.
Yes.
Chronic pain is covered.
Yes.
And this bill will cover all of the things that we wanted when it went over to the Senate and there were modifications made.
That is correct, Mr. Tinderholt. And adding the traumatic brain injury and Crohn's disease were two wins that we didn't have, and we certainly didn't have it on the Senate version. And we went to conference, and the Senate has agreed in almost every case to take House Bill 46 the way we sent it in the first place.
And this may actually, in a lot of instances, at least with veterans, this may decrease opioid addiction by passing this law.
That is 100% correct. And you know, you and I worked on this, and as one of the conferees, the language that the Senate version had in it that defined chronic pain and had the opioid language was a non-starter for this House. There was not going to be a bill if we had to have an opioid before a physician and their patient could decide for a different alternative.
Well, I'm really happy that you appointed me and that the Senate worked with us and came up with this resolution. I'm definitely going to be a one on this bill, and the veterans out there watching need to know that the Texas Compassionate Use Program has been protected.
Thank you, Mr. Tinderholt.
Rousseau, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a couple of clarifying
Gentleman
questions?
yield for questions.
I will yield for
Thank
He
you.
yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative King, and thank you for allowing me to be a joint author on this bill. I understand that we've lost a few categories, but we've gained others. But the most, is that correct?
That is true. I mean, you know, there was some disagreement on degenerative disc, glaucoma, spinal neuropathy, but we did get the
Traumatic brain injury.
brain injury, and we got Crohn's, and we did get chronic pain.
And we kept chronic pain.
We
which
kept
is-
chronic pain.
Okay, and that's really the overarching one that I think we were most concerned about, so I'm happy to hear that.
So the most important part about the chronic pain piece, the Senate version said that you had to go to a chronic pain doctor. Well, that just added another doctor before prescription could be added. What this bill, what this conference committee report says is if you're at a specialist for your particular condition that is described in TCUP eligible, as TCUP eligible, your specialist can prescribe and you don't have to go to the step of another doctor.
Yes, and I was pleased to see that because it's already hard enough for patients to get health care, so we don't need to add extra layers and complications. The other question I have is, given the fact that veterans and others are not going to be able to self-medicate, as we had a long conversation about that before, has there been any discussion about how long the additional dispensaries will take to come online? I know that it went from 15 to 12, right? But we already have 2 or 3 in the state of Texas that are established.
Well, there's really about one active one. There's 2 licenses, I believe,
Correct.
currently, and only 1 active. But what we asked for in the original bill was 15 licenses. The Senate took it back to 12. This conference report takes it back to 15. The window for moving these licenses along was actually shortened by the Senate, and we kept that language.
Good, it was
So I
shortened.
do believe we're on the path to getting these licenses established quicker than we ever have.
So you think they'll be expedited so that those suffering from chronic pain and other degenerative diseases will have access sooner than later?
That is the intent of this legislation.
Okay, and did they lay out a time frame? I can go back and look at it, just if you don't know it off the top
I
of
don't
your
have it
head.
off the top of my head,
Okay.
and I don't have the page mark,
I'll
but
have
it's
a
in
look.
there.
Okay, thank you, and thank you very much for all the endeavor that you've made on the bill.
Thank you very much. Members, I would also like to say my conferee, Mr. Tenderholt, wanted me to mention, one of the things the Senate put in here is when we had the veteran language in that the veterans would have to be registered in a database for being prescribed THC. There is no database. If our veterans go and their doctor prescribes this, it is between them and their physician. With that, I'd like to thank my conferees. I'd like to thank Mr. Tenderholt, Ms. Pearson, Mr. Turner back there, and Mr. Capriglione, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to carry this important piece of legislation. I move adoption.
Mr. King moves the adoption of the conference committee report. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Patterson voting aye. Hefner voting aye. King voting aye. Have all members voted? 138 ayes and 1 nay. The conference committee report is adopted. Chair lays out the following privilege resolution. The clerk will read the resolution.
ACR 56 by Perry, instructing the enrolling clerk of the House of Representatives to make corrections in HB 46.
Chair recognizes Mr. King to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned in the layout, this correction is simple. There was a drafting error on the agreed-to conference committee report where Crohn's was inadvertently left out in drafting. This technical correction puts Crohn's in the bill as I stated in the layout. I move adoption.
Question occurs on adoption. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. King voting aye. Have all members voted? 137 ayes and 0 nays. The resolution is adopted. Members, the next conference committee report, which appears to be the last, is Senate Bill 2024 on Calendar 2, page 1. It's not eligible till 9:10 p.m. Is there any objection to taking it up early? Chair hears none. Recognize Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I call up the conference committee report on Senate Bill 2024.
Chair lays out the conference committee report on Senate Bill 2024 and recognize Mr. Leach to explain that report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I know you've been getting contacted about this bill, been getting questions. I want to go over just briefly what the conference committee report for Senate Bill 2024 does. In Section 1, the section amends the definition of e-cigarette to clarify that the liquid solution in the device does not have to contain nicotine. It also clarifies that the e-cigarette does not include prescription medication or any prescribed substance. Members, in Section 2, current law makes it an offense to market, advertise, or sell an e-cigarette product in a container that depicts a cartoon-like fictional character that imitates a trademark or trade dress of products primarily marketed to minors. This section defines an e-cigarette product to be the liquid solution used in an e-cigarette, regardless of whether the solution or material contains nicotine. It expands on the prohibitions to include any product in a product shape or design disguised to appear as an alternative product, including a product in the shape or design of the following: a school or office supply such as a highlighter, a marker, ink pen, or pencil, a smartphone, smartwatch, smartphone case, or smartwatch case, headphones, including earbuds, clothing, a backpack, a cosmetic, including lipstick, or a toy. This section expands the prohibitions on the e-cigarette products by making it an offense to market, advertise, sell, offer to sell, or cause to be sold an e-cigarette product, and that means, again, the e-liquid itself that was wholly or in part manufactured or marketed as being manufactured in China or a country designated as a foreign adversary by the U.S. Secretary of Commerce. And that amendment from Representative Olcott, which I really appreciate, remained in the bill, and I think actually strengthened the bill, adding not only from China, but a country designated as a foreign adversary by the U.S. Department of Commerce. And I appreciate Representative Olcott for suggesting and bringing that amendment. Or that contains or is mixed with any cannabinoids, alcohol, kratom, kava, mushroom, tianepine, or a derivative of any of those items. And an offense under that section in Section 2 would be classified as a Class A misdemeanor. The Section 3 summary states that basically revolves around establishing relevant dates for the bill's new provisions. Section 3 provides that any offense committed under the Act only applies on or after September 1st, 2025, which I believe was a necessary and helpful clarification to the bill, and states and provides that any offenses before that date, September 1st, 2025, is governed by the law in effect on the date the offense was committed. Section 4 contains a severability provision, which I think is very important for this bill. It provides that the legislature intends provisions of the Act to be severable if any element of the Act is found by a court to be invalid for any reason, and that the remaining applications of that provision should still be given effect. And Section 5 finally establishes the effective date of the Act as September 1st, 2025. Members, the conference committee has been very careful not to exceed the limitations imposed on the jurisdiction of the conference committee. The conference committee, of course, has wide latitude to settle differences between the House and the Senate before running afoul of the rules, and here our conference committee is not even close to the line. Our conference committee took this very seriously. We took language from the House version regarding e-cigarette products being wholly or partially manufactured in or marketed as being manufactured in China from our House version. That is Section 161.0876 of the Health and Safety Code. And that section, as amended in the House, members, contained language prohibiting the marketing and sale of certain products, including those partly manufactured in China. And it added similar language and/or a country designated as a foreign adversary by the United States Secretary of Commerce. That's, of course, the language I referenced that Representative Olcott brought. The conference committee gave effect to both of those changes in the House, and we resolved the differences between the House and the Senate by combining the references into a single section. And members, in adjusting the differences, the conferees compared the Senate engrossment with the House amendments to determine the limits of their jurisdiction. And if either the House addressed a subject matter on which the House is silent, that subject matter is properly before the conference committee, and the conferees did change the text before them as necessary to make the matter agreeable to the House that did not address the subject matter. Similarly, the subject matter is in both versions of the bill. The text is in disagreement. The conferees could and did adjust those differences. For the foregoing reasons, our conference committee believes...
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yeah, if you'll let me finish.
Not at this time, Mr.
For the
Tidwell.
foregoing reasons, our conference committee believes that Senate Bill 2024 and the conference committee report on Senate Bill 2024 has not exceeded the limits imposed on our jurisdiction. And with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Mr. Tidwell, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
He yields for questions.
Thank you. So in this bill, there are parts that you took out. One of them, I had an amendment that I gave you 2 days prior, and you had added it into the bill, and it was flash drives. And I've got a couple of Juul right here in my hand that look like flash drives. Is there a reason that that's not in the new version?
The Senate, our Senate author, Senator Perry, and our Senate conferee, Senator Betancourt, Senator Hancock, Senator Hinojosa, and Senator Huffman did not want that provision to be part of the conference committee report.
So I have concerns when we're trying to remove these things, and these look like flash drives. My chief of staff would tell his teachers all the time, I told you the story about the fact that he'd tell them all the time they were flash drives when actually kids are carrying these at school every day. And another piece that was removed was where it says the Briscoe-Kane Amendment contains any part or component manufactured in China. Can you tell us why that was removed?
Yeah, just to be clear, Representative Tinderholt, thank you for those questions. There's been a lot of confusion on this bill. And again, Representative Tinderholt, as you know, having been on several conference committees, including, importantly, Representative Tinderholt, the conference committee for Senate Bill 12, which was, of course, hotly debated and contested. You know, when we get around a table with our counterparts from the Senate, there are some things, there's a give and take. Not every chamber, not every legislator gets everything they want. And that's part of the conference committee process. And so Representative Kane did bring an amendment to the bill that went on the bill, and I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about the Chinese manufacturing ban in this bill, Representative Tinderholt. That language was, or I say the language in the bill was never meant to be a dog whistle for anyone. It was never about banning Chinese manufacturing overall. I think the amendment author and Mr. Wu kind of made it about that, but that's not what it was about. The fact is there are 7 companies which are owned by the Chinese Communist Party which manufacture the vast majority of this illegal product coming out of China. Let me repeat that, members. There are 7 companies which are wholly owned by the Communist Chinese Party, the Chinese Communist Party, the CCP, which manufacture the overwhelming majority of the illegal product coming out of China. That's it, period. And none of those products have sought FDA approval, Representative Tinderholt, none of them. And so none of them have not only have they sought representative approval, they have not received FDA approval. So the bill, importantly, in front of you now, the conference committee report defines, quote, the e-cigarette product to mean the e-liquid itself, which is used in those e-cigarette devices. And then the bill just prohibits that e-liquid from being made in China. That's it. And
well, but the problem is, I have 2 containers here. One says that they're manufactured in China, and another one has the exact same product, and it says it's a product of Vietnam. Now, the House changed the version. We changed the bill to include these things, and they don't have it. And no other products look like USBs than Juul by Atria. So is this bill protecting Juul? Because I feel like it is. And a whole section that you talked about before about the whole piece on the certifications where you talked about the FDA approval, that's missing now. So now is there any FDA approval required for these?
Yes, of course. Okay. We are banning, let me be very clear, and your questions are legitimate, and I appreciate you bringing them. The goal of this bill is, and has always been and remains, the banning of the dangerous part, which is the e-liquid itself. And as I said, 7 of the companies, the predominant companies that are in this market, that are selling these products, that are marketing and manufacturing and delivering this very dangerous e-liquid product to our minors, to all Texans, but mainly our minors, all of them are controlled by the Chinese Communist Party.
So let me ask this. So it's not about the devices.
Let me finish my answer. Let me finish my answer. I don't know. I've never talked to anyone from the company you mentioned. I don't know why that product wasn't listed. I know the Senate, our Senate counterparts felt strongly about it, and there were other provisions of the bill that we spent our time arguing about and coming to terms with. But the e-liquid is where the harm is in these products, members, the e-liquid itself, and that's what this bill is about. It's about the e-liquid. And so, Representative Tinderholt, I read a story that just last week there was a fentanyl-laced e-cigarette that nearly killed a kid in New York State. And this is not a joke. Members, that was in New York, and this is happening here in the state of Texas as well. There are many, many stories, and our bill, this bill in front of you now, is meant to crack down on that. And I don't believe, I'm not suggesting that another member was being cute or funny in their attempts to amend this bill, but I think that amendment was sort of a poison pill for the bill. And so we can discuss at another time, Representative Tinderholt. I'm happy to consider legislation with you in the next session relating to those products and relating to component parts that are manufactured in China. Let's have that conversation.
Mr. Wu, for what
But
purpose?
this bill is
Mr.
about
Speaker,
the
will the gentleman
e-liquid
yield?
itself. And,
Gentleman
and
yields?
also, no, because I want to finish my thought. This is also, members, not about vape juice. Just to clear that up, I know there's been a lot of talk and a lot of misinformation about that. This is not about vape juice.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank
Chair-
you, Mr. Speaker. Members, let's protect our children and ban these products from the Chinese Communist Party in Texas.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tinderholt in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to tell you a little story. 3 of us did amendments to the bill. All of our amendments are gone. Mr. Leach stood right here and said, I will put all 3 of you on the conference committee. Let's just pass the bill. I turned to the person that was at the speaker position and said, can an author of a bill do that? And they said, yeah, in rare circumstances, I may change it. But the bottom line is, 1 of the 3 were put on the conference committee report, not all 3, and all of our amendments, with the exception of 1, which put in adversarial nations, were stripped from the bill. Now let me talk to you about, I can put these on my desk over there. USBs were removed as a thing that an item looks like. These products look exactly like a USB, and that's what kids are telling their teachers that they have. Hey, I got a USB, right? We modified the bill in the Texas House to be about the product, not just about the liquid. I saw people carrying around products, showing them to me, saying, hey, these are what we're trying to get rid of. The vape devices, not just the liquid. So don't let anyone kid you. This isn't just about the liquid. And I've been here a long time. This is my 6th session. And I know how this works. If we pass this bill the way it sits today, we're not going to get another bite at it for 10 or 12 years. It's just, people are going to say, oh, we already passed that, right? I know everyone in this house wants to get rid of this stuff for children. I get it. But we also, at the same time, want to make sure that these things are not manufactured by China. By the way, China manufactures over 90% of these products, over 90%, and they're flooding them into our market and harming American children and adults. They're doing harm to them. And the product that I have in my pocket says it's a product of Vietnam. Well, it's not. What they do is they ship all of the components to Vietnam, and they punch 3 or 4 pieces together and put it back in a box, and they say that it's a Vietnamese product. But right after it says from China. It's China materials, 100%. And we have tariffs right now, high tariffs across this entire globe right now. One of them is with China. So I'm telling you that this bill left the Texas House significantly different than it came back. There's several different parts of the bill. I believe there was 5 parts to the bill. One part specifically addressed these devices. This bill is not what it was when it left the House. I would tell my peers, we all want to get rid of these, and I think it's important for us to take a bite at it next time. I hate to say that. But if we don't do this the right way, if we don't stop these devices from being developed in China and then marketing to our children, we're not doing this the right way.
Mr. Speaker.
I will tell you, I am disappointed. Disappointed that I was told I'd be on a conference committee so we can hurry up and get it out, and we were not on it, and we didn't get to help make these decisions. You deserve the truth. You deserve to vote on what we vote, what we pushed out of the House. And that's not what came back. Now we have products that are going to come back to Texas that are almost fully Chinese. 100% of the product is Chinese, and it's going to be manufactured in California, in Vietnam, doesn't matter, right? Several parts to this bill, and I think we're failing Texans if we pass this bill the way it sits. I will yield for questions.
Mr. Speaker.
So move for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
I will yield for questions.
He yields for questions.
Mr. Tinderholt, Mr. Kane had offered an amendment that said that the components of these vapes cannot be manufactured in China either. Do you remember that?
Correct. It's item number B on page 2, and it's missing now.
Yeah. But in the bill, they added that it would be banned. It would be banned if it is wholly or partially manufactured or marketed as being manufactured in China or a country or one of the other countries. Would it be reasonable that is a recodified definition of that this bill would ban it?
I believe so.
Okay.
I believe that's the intent.
So that if we're going to say we're going to ban stuff from China, it shouldn't just be the final product, that a single screw, a piece of plastic, the gel, anything, a battery, if it's from China, it would also be banned as well, right?
Correct.
Okay.
It basically said contains any part or component manufactured in China. So what I told you, this box in my pocket, there's about 6 items that are punched together. They're shipped to Vietnam. They punch them together. They stick them in a box, and they say it's a Vietnamese product. It's actually Chinese. 100% of the stuff in that box is Chinese product.
Yeah. And I mean, China makes probably like 99.9% of the products and the components. So effectively, this bill would be a complete ban of, well, vapes in the future.
We would have gotten rid of all vapes. If this amendment would have stayed in, we would have protected a whole lot more kids because they wouldn't be able to sell these to Americans, the Chinese vape. Had that stayed in, vaping would have pretty much gone away for a period of time until American companies started creating them. But with that gone, and with the amendment that I had that was pretty simple, the bill still allows these vapes from China to come into America and harm our children. So I'm recommending a no vote on this strictly because we're failing Texans. We're failing on stopping these Chinese vapes from coming into our country. And I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed that one of my peers told me we would do something right here and it didn't happen, and then this stuff gets stripped out.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose?
I would like to ask that all the remarks for SB 2024 be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is not ordered. Mr. Harrison in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise today in opposition for different reasons that were just articulated here. Primarily, role of government issues. Guys, the state of Texas got a reputation for being a small government, low regulation state, but unfortunately we have just been coasting on that reputation for far too long, and bills like this continue our trajectory of trampling on liberty on our path to becoming a nanny state. This bill is big government, it is liberal, and it is not conservative, and you do not have to take my word for it. Let me read just a couple quick quotes and then I will be done. One from Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk is amplifying a prominent conservative who said, quote, "Rhinos in the Texas state legislature are following in the footsteps of left-wing New York Attorney General Letitia James and are planning to hold a vote on a bill to ban vapes and smokeless tobacco products in Texas this Thursday." Charlie Kirk echoed those remarks with his own statement saying, "Marching in lockstep with leftist Letitia James to ban vapes in Texas is moral confusion." He then went on to chastise us against banning products which are less harmful alternatives to combustible cigarettes. And I will close with one final quote from somebody I had the honor of previously working for, President Trump. Quote, "I saved flavored vaping in 2019, and it greatly helped people get off smoking. I raised the age to 21, keeping it away from the kids. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden want everything banned, killing small businesses all over the country. I'll save vaping again." Again, a quote from President Donald J. Trump, September of 2024. Please join me, vote against the nanny state, vote against this bill.
Mr. Leach to close.
When he said he was quoting his former boss, I thought it was going to be Anthony Fauci. Mr. Speaker and members, let me set the record straight here.
Mr.
Speaker.
Let me set the record straight. I'll yield in just a sec. You've been confused and you've been misled and misinformed. This bill is about banning very dangerous e-liquid product that is flooding the market into our schools, on our streets, into your homes. This bill is about banning that. This bill is about protecting our children. Do we maybe need to go farther next session on some other legislation to ban devices that look like flash drives or to discuss the issue of manufactured parts from China? Sure, let's have that discussion, but this bill has always been about and remains about banning the e-liquid itself. With respect to Representative Tinderholt's comments about the conference committee, I don't hold any authority, never have Hope to never have that responsibility to appoint a conference committee. I can request conferees, I can suggest conferees, but the conferees on this bill and every bill is at the discretion and the power of our speaker. If I represented to Mr. Tinderholt and Mr. Kane that they would be on a conference committee, if I promised them, then I simply misspoke. I'm sorry, I've been known to do that lately. I will tell you that they were helpful in this bill. We actually kept part of Mr. Kane's amendment relating to the gas station heroin that's banned. That part is still in there, which I'm proud to keep. We kept Representative Olcott's amendment. The conference committee process, the appointment of conferees, the language that's decided between the House and the Senate is complicated. It can be complex. Sometimes you have to stand in front of a body and there's not a whole lot of answers to why a certain provision didn't make it in the bill. It's just the other senators, Senator Perry, Senator Betancourt, Senator Huffman, and the other conferees over there simply didn't want it in. This bill is about, let me be very clear, banning the very dangerous e-liquid that is finding its way into our kids' backpacks and keeping them safe. That is what it's about, and I ask that you support the conference committee report for Senate Bill 2024.
Committee for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
Yields for questions.
Chairman Leach, does this bill ban Chinese vapes?
This bill bans dangerous e-liquid that is finding its way into vapes.
Does this bill prevent people from marketing to our children with
Yes.
these products?
Yes.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. This bill is about protecting our kids. I move final passage of the
Speaker, I have-
conference.
Mr.
Tinderholt,
Speaker,
for what
Senate Bill
purpose?
20.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Sure.
He yields for questions.
You say that this is all about the product, the vape liquid. In the background and purpose, it specifically talks about disguising things as vape pens, other products, school supplies, office supplies, things like that. Yet you're saying this is strictly about the vape juice, the stuff that
I'm
goes in
saying
it.
the conversation we're having right now with respect to the intent of the bill is about dangerous products. Yes, good point, Representative Tinderholt. It is primarily about the vape liquid itself. But to your point, earlier, from the back mic and from the front mic, it is also about banning other devices that are made to look like other products, whether it's a purse or a cell phone or a mini game, or I would say your language on the flash drive. Since you've spoken and brought that point up, I've actually been advised that language protecting flash drives is in there. It doesn't say flash drives directly, but it's in there in the definition that would protect products that are meant to look like other products, a flash drive being a perfect example.
I'm looking through here and I don't see that anywhere. All I see is smartphone, smartwatch, smartphone case, smartwatch. I feel like some part of this, somewhere, someone, I'm not saying you, I feel like this is a vendor bill. I feel like it supports Altria. I feel like it supports Juul. And I feel like it supports one of the two big companies that produce all of these. I really do, because there's no reason that piece should have been taken out of here. And nothing's going to change my mind. I apologize. I'm just disappointed. I wanted this bill to ban the Chinese products, which when it left the House, that's where we were. That's how the House made it, and it came back and it's different.
And Representative Tinderholt, you and I are friends. I respect you deeply. You don't have to apologize for voting your conscience, but I would remind you that although this bill may not be perfect in your eyes, and it may not be perfect in my eyes, this bill does protect our children. It does. You said that our state would be worse off. I patently disagree with that. I believe that our state will be better off. I believe our children will be safer as a result of this bill. I would ask that you rethink between now and 30 seconds from now when the Speaker calls the vote.
Thank you.
But this protects our children, and I hope, members, that you will join me in voting for the final conference committee report on Senate Bill 2024.
Question occurs on passage of the conference committee reports. A record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 96 ayes and 35 nays. The conference committee report is adopted. Mr. Patterson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend all necessary rules to allow the chair of the Local Consent Calendars Committee to prepare and distribute a suspension, congratulatory, and memorial calendar to be considered on Monday, June 2nd at a time to be determined by the Speaker.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Patterson for another motion. Announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, there will be one final suspension, congratulatory, and memorial calendar tomorrow. The deadline to have those in the system is 10 a.m. tomorrow for simple resolutions for consideration for placement on that calendar. 10 a.m. tomorrow, members. Thank you.
Sweeter, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, Rule 5, Section 22 says that members shall confine all remarks to the question under debate, avoiding personalities. Does that include snarky remarks at the person who is asking questions or previously spoke?
Ms. Weiner, it does.
Thank you.
Members, we need just a few minutes to make sure that the speaker's desk is actually clear. The following resolutions on first reading and referral, the clerk will read the resolutions.
The following resolutions are being referred to the Committee of Local Consent Calendars, H.R. 1517 by Dyson, H.R. 15718 by Dyson, H.R. 1520 by Dyson, by Darby, H.R. 1521 by Patterson, H.R. 1524 by Guerin. The following resolutions by Denton are being referred to the Committee of Local Consent Calendars, H.R. 1525 through H.R. 1527, H.R. 1528 by Louderback. The following resolutions are being referred to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars, H.R. 1529 by Cortez and H.R. 1530 by Canales.
Members, the Speaker's desk is clear. Mr. Meyer moves that the House adjourn pending the reading and referral of resolutions, receipt of messages, signing of measures in the presence of the House, and until 11 a.m. Monday. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The House stands adjourned pending the reading and referral of resolutions, receipt of messages, signing of measures in the presence of the House.
The House will come to order.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Doorkeeper,
Mr. Speaker, I have a message from the Senate at the door of the House.
admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. HCR 146, Schaffner, sponsor Hancock, directing the Governor of the State of Texas to award the Texas Legislative Medal of Honor to U.S. Army veteran Rickley Dudley.
The House will stand at ease.
House will come to order.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Doorkeeper,
Mr. Speaker, I have a message from the Senate.
admit the
Door of House.
messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am directed.
House will stand at ease.